Greetings, race fans. Thanks for coming out on this beautiful Friday for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
And Joe, we got some great racing action in store tonight. We got the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars all in the house for the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Race.
Yes, night number 1 of 2, and I am thrilled. This is the event I have been waiting for all season long. Love having this race event, the third annual Bill Bauer's West Coast Nationals here at Antioch Speedway. And more so, not only am I thrilled about this event, I'm thrilled to be back up here in the booth. It's been quite a while. I want to say, I believe it's been a month since I've been with you guys, and so excited to be here and for this fantastic race event this weekend.
You and I got to spend some time down in Watsonville last week for the Pettit shootout, doing some work down there. We had a great time, and we saw a lot, if not all, of these race cars down there, and some fantastic racing last weekend down at the Pettit. Yeah,
fantastic race event. Once again, I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to Jim Pettit for allowing us to be a part of that event. I'm looking forward to that next year. But we turn our attentions here at Antioch Speedway, Bill Bauer's West Coast Nationals, and this is another one that you don't want to miss here. If you're not here for night number 1, please hopefully come get a seat. Night number 2 tomorrow night, Saturday night. And as Wiley said, 3 fantastic classes running here tonight. Go ahead.
Some of the cars that are here this weekend that we didn't see last weekend. Chuck Golden over there in the 112 here with us tonight. Dylan Connolly, I believe, is back in the 6 car here tonight. And one thing, couple surprises or maybe a couple changes this week. Jim Pettit supposed to be driving a stock car this weekend.
Yes, is behind the wheel of the X Machine, the medieval chassis, normally driven by Rob Gallagher. Rob confirmed he had a baby earlier this morning, not able to make the call to his race car. So hey, might as well give the Hall of Famer a time in the seat. I believe the last time he said was 1998 was the last time he was behind a full fendered race car. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see Jim Pettit behind the wheel of IMCA stock car.
I bet Rob Gallagher's wife's a little surprised that he had a baby.
Yes. Another change that we have as well is the animal, Anthony Slaney. Normally we see him behind the wheel of his 4X IMCA Modified. This time he will be behind the wheel of the 22X IMCA Sport Mod. The second car owner, Scott Foster, allowing him to get behind the wheel. And looks like he'll be behind the wheel full for the rest of the season of 2021.
Very nice. Yeah, it's good to see Anthony. He's been busy this year running the modified, running they bought a couple of late models, him and his dad did.
Yes.
So it is good to see him. I can't wait to see him behind the wheel of a sport modified, past track champion at Petaluma Speedway.
Yes. As we turn our attentions now, as we just talked about the IMCA stock cars, fantastic fun class we like to see on the racetrack. 14 entries for our IMCA stock cars. Also, the 87 machine, Kellen Chadwick, back behind the wheel. We haven't seen Kellen out on the racetrack in quite some time. He's back behind the wheel, driving both the IMCA Modifieds and an IMCA stock cars. You see that 87 machine rolling through turn 2.
I did talk to him in the pre-race show, and him and his wife sold their house, so they've been doing the domestic running life kind of situation. So that's why he has not been in a race car in a couple of months, and he's excited to be back out here and get back out of here doing double duty here this weekend. All right, attention. I'll go ahead and attention in the stands. Attention in the stands. If you have a black Honda Civic, a burgundy Ford Explorer, a green Dodge Caravan, and a Suburban, you better go move your cars before they are towed. They are blocking other cars and they're about to be towed. So if you have a black Honda Civic, burgundy Ford Explorer, a Dodge Caravan, I'm not sure if the Dodge Caravan's green or if the Suburban's green, but if you have one of those cars, you might want to go check it out. They're about to get towed because they are blocking other cars. As we get set for racing here tonight, it's going to be a blast. I can't wait. We do have a double format, so they're each car is going to run 2 heat races. If you start on the pole for heat race number 1, guess where you're starting for heat race number 2? You're in the back of the pack.
In the tail of the field, yes, we are. And also, one of my most favorite things that we do in racing, qualifying. Their A-mods, I should say, are qualifying. All 20 A-mods will get 2 laps. I believe we have 3-car qualifying. 3-car qualifying for our A-mods. So, and that will set up your heat races. Also, another driver on racetrack pulling double duty as well is that 74 machine, as you see him coming off of 4. That is Los Banos, California driver Rick Diaz. He will be behind the wheel of the stock car as well as his 714 IMCA modified as well.
So a bunch of people doing double duty. Tricky Troy Folger was supposed to do double duty. He still may tomorrow.
Yes.
The car he was supposed to drive tonight, engine problems on that car, so they weren't able to get it out. They're going to hopefully have it out tomorrow. But Tricky Troy Folger, also another one trying to do double duty here this weekend for the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Race. If you haven't got your Raceho card yet, head on down to the Nacho stand, get your Raceho card. We are going to be doing Raceho a little bit. We do have some great prizes to give away, including we are giving away some Delta Bowl passes tonight and tomorrow night, thanks to Delta Bowl. Certificate, if you win, is good for 2 hours of open bowl playing. 1 lane up to 6 people. Shoes are included. Not valid during late night Cosmic Bowling or the Zone Room. But a good chance to go out and go do a little bowling on Delta Bowl. Race cars on the racetrack for night number 1, the West Coast Nationals, Bill Bauer Memorial Races. Got the IMCA Modifieds out taking their hot lap sessions to kick things off. Quick Nick DiCarlo coming through turns 3 and 4. In that 17 car, you had that down at Ocean Speedway last week. Had some working on that one. 2 wide, Justin Yeager out of South San Francisco, California. He's followed by the 7X of Terry DiCarlo Jr. out of Martinez, California. U81, that's one of our regulars here at Antioch Speedway. Bobby Motts Jr. out of San Pablo, California. 68 car, that's Jesse Bailey out of Central Point, Oregon. All the way down from Oregon is Jesse Bailey in that 68 car. Following Jesse is the 714 of Rick Diaz doing double duty here this weekend. That's a look at the cars on the field. And Joe Peterson, my broadcast partner down in the infield, be doing some interviews with all our heat winners down there tonight. Got a beautiful racetrack in the works for tonight. I want to give a shout out to Allspec Sheet Metal for sponsoring this weekend's activities, along with Samantha Harper, Hops Motorsports, Montalvo Motorsports, the Frost family, Vieira family, Southern County Lubricants, and Josh Combs with his 1-2 wraps. All proud sponsors here of the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer's Memorial Races. And Joe Peterson down there in the infield. Joe, we got a lot of cars here. We're going to have some great racing actions, kicking things off with the hot laps for the modifieds.
Yeah, so far the track's pretty slick still right now. Still got a few cars that come out for a hot lap. So hopefully the track comes in. And once again, like I said, this 3rd annual Bill Bauer's West Coast Nationals, fantastic race event. This is one I've been waiting for all year long. And I'm hoping to see some exciting racing here for night number 1 here Friday night.
And Joe will be your eyes and ears down there for the heat races, and before he joins me back up top for the main events coming up later tonight. Right now going down the back straightaway into turn number 3 out of Linda, California. That's Raymond Lindman, or excuse me, Rio Linda, California. That's Raymond Lindman in that 23R car. Then we fall back to the 49 car, Tricky Troy Folger out of Oakley, California. Troy, of course, driving for the Bowers family. Bill Bauer's son, owner of that car. The 55 car comes next. That's Mickey Hill out of Livermore, California. Love the numbers on that car. The 228 is behind Mickey Hill. That's Jeff Brown out of Oakley, California. Then a gentleman we haven't seen in a couple months. He's been taking care of some outside racing business. Sold his house. He was talking to him on the pre-race show. Kellen Chadwick in that 83 car. Paul Stone out of Winton, California came out for this weekend's activity. Saw him down in at the Pettit Shootout last week. He got a fast qualifier on Friday. Had some great running. Car ran very well. Look for him to be running up front here this weekend. The 132, Brent Curran out of Antioch, California. Back behind the wheel here at Antioch Speedway. Good to have Brent back. It's been a couple months since we've seen here. Actually 3 or 4 months, I think, since we've seen Brent Curran back here behind the wheel at Antioch. Good to have him here at Antioch Speedway. That's the cars out on the racetrack right now. If you don't have your RACO card, head on down to get it. As soon as this hot lap session is over, I'm going to start calling RACO numbers. Those of you here in the stands, thanks for coming to Antioch Speedway on this beautiful Friday night for racing action. And those of you watching on Antioch Speedway TV, thanks for tuning in. If you can't be here tomorrow, shame on you. It's going to be a great time. You don't want to miss it, but we'll be back tomorrow. And if you can't make it, head on over to Antioch Speedway TV, AntiochSpeedway.tv, and subscribe for all of tomorrow night's racing actions. Live and direct from here at Antioch Speedway. RACO, just to let you know, I will be posting all the numbers on the Antioch Speedway Buy Promotions Facebook page. I'll have a deal in there. You can follow along. That means if you don't have your RACO card quite yet, that's okay. We got you covered. Just go to Facebook and take a look. And with that, get your RACO cards out. Here we go. First three numbers out of the Magic Ball. Under the letter E, we have E49, E49, E49. Then we have C38, C38, followed by O67, O67. The first three numbers, E49, C38, and O67. Those are your first three numbers out for RACO tonight. This group of cars, Bobby Hogue going down the front straightaway, winner of last week's both nights at the Pettit Shootout in that 2 car. Behind Bobby, let's go to the 22 car leaving the racetrack right now. 22 is Randy Schaefer out of Vacaville, California, having troubles with that car. Then we go to the 19X of Buddy Niss out of Oakley, California, back from his excursion into Arkansas. The 6 car, that's the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Famer, Jim Pettit II out of Prunedale, California. The 68 car of Jesse Bailey out of Central Point, Oregon. And the 22G, Paul Guglielmone out there as
Looks like some was brewing from the 22 of Randy Schaefer machine. But another one, I say a car we want to watch out for is that 2H machine. We talked about last week, he swept the Pat and Jim Pettit Shootout Memorial. That's the 2H of Bobby Hogue. I mean, he's one to pick for tonight's win, possibly.
He's hard to beat anytime he is out on the racetrack. So, Bobby Hogue here tonight. Up next, Guy MCA Sport Modifieds rolling out for their hot lap session. The first one out, Kelly Campanelli, winner of a heat race last weekend down at the Pettit Shootout out of San Ramon, California. In that 2 car. Behind her, the 52 car. Of course, that's Jason Ryan Jr. out of Oakley, California. Then we fall back to the 75 car, to 75X, Jim DiGiovanni. Haven't seen him in a while out of Morgan Hill, California. The 4M car, that of course is Emily Van Hoff out of Chowchilla, California. And a 19C on her inside, that's Tommy Klymans out of Oakley, California. Coming up off turn number 4 now is the 27Z car of Nicholas Zapatero out of Antioch, California. He was down in Petaluma, or excuse me, I keep saying Petaluma, down in Watsonville last week as well. That is this group of IMCA Sport Modifieds. That's going to do it for group number 1. Next group out, we got Trevor Klymans coming up off turn number 2 in that 2C. Behind him, it is the 325 of Tyler Brown out of Oakley, California. Fast Freddie Ryland out of Brentwood, California, and that 7J ran well last week, as he does everywhere he goes. The 30S of Jonathan Hagel comes next. 127 in 3 and 4. Jacob Mallet Jr. out of Oakley, California. 38 car, that of course is Casey Keller out of Tracy, California. The 38A of Todd Gomez out of Antioch, California. Ran really well last week at the Pettit. That is this group of IMCA Sport Modifieds for their hot lap session. Next group out, 22X. Joe and I talked about him. Anthony Slaney out of Martinez, California, riding in the backup car for Scott Foster. Sounds like for the rest of the year in that IMCA Sport Modified, 22X. Behind him, the 38A of Todd Gomez. Must have been 38H last time of Haley. Thought it was the A. I apologize about that. The 82, Joe Salvi out of Modesto, California, comes next. Then we fall back to Chucky. That's Chuck Golden out of Pittsburgh, California, in the 112. The 250, that's Ryan Smith out of Coalinga, California. Then the 15P, Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce out of Oakley, California, in that 15P. Had a good run out in Iowa, won a couple heat races at the Nationals. Dylan Conley in the 6 car comes next. He's out of Antioch, California. Stock cars coming out for their hot lap sessions. Qualifying coming up next for the IMCA Modifieds. Dave Hill in that 15A car out of San Francisco, California. Coming down the back straightaway. Behind him, there's the 42J of Jason Jennings out of Pittsburgh, California. Only his 3rd time out with that car. Next, we have the 1N of Nicholas Johnson out of Bakersfield, California. Hauled all the way up from down there. The 8G of Dan Connerman out of Antioch. '87 car, of course, that's Kellen Chadwick. Doing double duties here this weekend out of Oakley, California. 22 car, a gentleman you always have to look out for. That's Travis Dutra. In that 22 car out of Martinez, California. The X car, normally driven by Rob Gallagher. Him and his wife had a baby this morning, so he is not here. Jim Pettit out of Prunedale is going to step into that race car. Jim Pettit doing double duties here this weekend as well. In the modified and the stock car. Joe Peterson down in the infield for the heat races. But Joe, I'll have to say, yeah, you had mentioned that Jim said it had been since the late 90s since he was in a full-body dirt race car. Doesn't look like he's lost anything. He was setting a real pretty line around the racetrack. Jim Pettit in the X car, normally driven by Rob Gallagher. Rob, if you're watching, congratulations, you and your wife. Next group coming out. 44 car, Austin Van Hoff out of Chowchilla, California, heading down the back straightaway in that 44 car. Another one of those drivers. That's the thing about this class. There's not a driver really that you can't count out. They're all just extremely strong. The 111 car, that's Chad Johnson out of Bakersfield, California. 74 car, another driver doing double duty. Rick Diaz out of Los Banos, California, and that's 74 car. 78 car, of course, is Jason Robles out of Rio Vista, California. And the 1 car of Joe Gallagher out of San Jose, California. All right, this group coming to an end for their hot lap session. Get your Raco cards out. Let's draw 3 more numbers. Shout out to Delta Bowl, providing some free bowling over there at Delta Bowl. Thank you very much. All right, next 3 numbers out of on your Raco. Get your Raco card out. Here we go. Next number out is A29, A29. Then we got 066, 066. Then we have R12, R12. Those 3 numbers again, A29, 066, and R12. All the numbers drawn so far. Under the letter R, we have the 12. Under the letter A, we have 29. Under the letter C, we have 38. Under the letter E, we have 49. Under the letter O, we have 66 and 67. Aaron Crowell getting some hot laps in. You can check your Raco numbers on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page, by the way. It is on there. Want to also say thanks to the 38s, Todd Gomez, All Spec Sheet Metal, sponsoring tonight's and tomorrow night's activities here. If you don't have My Race Pass, slide on over to your Android or Apple App Store and download My Race Pass. It is a free app. Get all live timing and scoring. That part of it is cost a little bit of money, but you can get the results, lineups, and who's here, who's not, schedules, and racetracks all over the country are on it. Just go to My Race Pass. Again, if you want the live timing and scoring, and I think it's $6 a month, $5 a month, something like that. I pay for it. And it is a very nice addition to it to have on there, but My Race Pass, thing you want to have. Getting ready for qualifying. It's going to be 3-car qualifying, I do believe. 3 cars at a time. While we got a minute, let's draw 3 more numbers. Get your Race-O cards back out. Round and round the magic ball goes. Next number out, E46, E46. Then we've got 062, 062. And then A22. So E46, 062. And A22. Next 3 numbers out. Momentarily, you'll be able to find them on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. Getting set for qualifying. We'll get them evenly spaced out. They don't get, if they have a mistake, they won't get their 2 full laps if they spin or something. All right, just hearing over the radio, we're only going 2 at a time. 2 at a time, so Nick DiCarlo, Aaron Crowell will be the first 2 outs. Quick Nick DiCarlo getting ready. Aaron Crowell. Quick Nick will be the one to get the initial green flag. Getting ready to go green flag racing, Joe. Here we go. We got qualifying. Getting ready to kick off. 2 laps timed. Aaron Crowell's on the clock. Quick Nick DiCarlo coming up off turn number 4. Taking it high. Get a good run down the front straightaway. Crowell down the back stretch into turn number 3. Keeping that thing up about halfway up the racing surface. Coming up off turn number 4. First lap of 15.664, 15.664 for Aaron Crowell. Quick Nick DiCarlo crosses the line. No time popping up. Crowell crosses the line again. Nick DiCarlo's transponder not working. Aaron Crowell taking his first lap, a 15.664 for Aaron Crowell, currently a fast qualifier. Next 2 cars out, supposed to be Tricky Troy Folger and Buddy Ness. Tricky Troy takes a green flag down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Carrying that left front wheel through turns 1 and 2. Buddy Ness takes the green flag. Tricky Troy coming up off turn number 4. Once again carrying that left front, crosses the line. Put him on the point right now, a 15.641 by 2/100ths of a second over Aaron Crowell. Here comes Buddy Ness, see if he can get up there. Ness crosses the line, 3rd quickest. 16.727, a little more than a second slower than Aaron Crowell. Folger keeps his first lap. Lap number 2 is not quicker. Buddy Ness trying to make up a little bit of ground after that first lap, and he does. He picks up
a little bit to 16,390. Still third quickest for Buddy Niss in that 19K. Nick DiCarlo will have the opportunity to come back out if they get his transponder fixed at the end and only get one time lap. Next two cars out is going to be Jim Pettit and Justin Yeager. Yeager out of South San Francisco. Green flag in the air. For Yeager, gets down to turn number 1. Pettit coming up off turn number 4. Sees the green flag in Fabulous Bob's hand. Crosses the line. He's under the green flag. Yeager crosses the line. He is third quickest right now, 16,333 on the stopwatch. Jim Pettit gets up a little too high coming up off turn number 4. Crosses the line, and he is fifth quickest at the moment, a 16,581. Yeager quicker, but still third quickest, a 16,200 on the stopwatch, 16.200. Pettit crosses the line. He comes up to third place. Third quickest so far, a 15,755 for Jim Pettit. Next two cars out, Sean Wilson and Kellen Chadwick. Little hold up as we have some debris up there in turns 1 and 2. Green flag in the air. Wilson crosses the line, and that 7 car gets a green flag. Running midway up the racing surface through turns 1 and 2. Kellen Chadwick crosses the line, takes a green flag. Sliding way up the hill is Sean Wilson. 8th quickest. He got a little too high in turns 3 and 4. 17.014. Chadwick crosses the line, 4th quickest. 15.970 on the stopwatch. Checkered flag coming out for Sean Wilson, trying to pick up a little bit of time after that first lap, and he does. Moves up to 6th quickest, a 16.293. Chadwick crosses the line and put him 4th quickest. Kellen Chadwick, a 15.763. Joe? Turns 3 and 4 right now seem to be the trouble spot. Seem to be getting a number of cars getting, especially in turn number 4, getting way up over the cushion and losing some speed right up there. Next car's out, Bobby Motts Jr. in the U81 and Mickey Hill in the 55 car. As we get set for these cars to come through turns 3 and 4. Bobby Motts takes the green flag. As does Mickey Hill down the front straightaway. Bobby Motts. Into turn number 3. Hitting that rev limiter, sounds like. Crosses the line, and Bobby Motts, 9th quickest so far, slowest is 17:051. Mickey Hill, 8th quickest, a 16:417. Bobby a little quicker, but still 9th quickest, a 16:668. And Mickey Hill jumps up to 5th quickest, a 15:972 for Mickey Hill. Next two cars scheduled to be Paul Stone in the 66P and Terry DiCarlo Jr. in the 7X. Paul Stone, fastest qualifier. Last Friday night down in Ocean Speedway for the Pettit Shootout. Ran well all weekend long down there. Coming around to the green flag. Fabulous Bob waves it. Paul Stone on the clock. Terry DiCarlo Jr. pushing going into turn number 1. That car pushed up the hill big time on the entrance of the turn. He's going to lose a lot of speed right there on that. Better through turn 3. Paul Stone crosses the line and put him in 6th quickest right now. A 16:114 on the stopwatch. Terry DiCarlo, after that push in turn number 1, is currently the slowest, 11th quickest, at a 16:915 second lap. Paul Stone still 5th quickest, but second lap a little quicker, a 15:832. Terry DiCarlo Jr. in that 7X, all the way up to 7th quickest, a 16:023. Picked up a bunch on that second lap. Problem was in that first lap was he went down the front straightaway into turn number 1, and that thing pushed like a dump truck, pushed way up the hill, and he lost a lot of speed right there for lap number 1. Get your Race-O cards out while we got a second. Let's grab 3 more numbers. Next number out, C32, C32. Then we have A27, A27, and E47, E47. C32, A27, E47. Again, you can catch all the numbers on Antioch Speedway by Promotion Facebook page. .714 of Rick Diaz crosses the line with the green flag to 2:28 of Jeff Brown. Following him closely. White flag is out. That's 7:14. Clocks in at 8th quickest, a 16:165. Jeff Brown 10th quickest right now, a 16:271. Checkered flag is out for Rick Diaz. Crosses the line, picks up some more speed. Pops up to the sixth quickest, a 15:889. Jeff Brown's going to stay right where he was, 10th quickest, with that first lap being his fastest so far. Race-O numbers are up on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page if you've missed any of the numbers. Next 2 cars out. Look for this guy. Might be one of the quickest, if not the quickest. Bobby Hogue in the 2H. Bobby Hogue to 4th, and Raymond Lindman in 23R. Next 2 cars out for their qualifying session. Hogue sees a green flag down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Setting a pretty line through turns 1 and 2. Mud plug comes off. Up high. Raymond Lindman on the clock as well. White flag in the air for Bobby Hogue. Hogue crosses the line. 8th quickest right now, a 16:018. Raymond Lindman goes one better. He is now 8th quickest. Puts Bobby back to 9th. Lindman, a 16.011. Beat him by 7/1,000ths of a second. But there comes Bobby Hogue. He's up to 7th quickest now, a 15.918. And Raymond Lindman crosses the line. Going to stay at, he's going to drop back to 9th quickest, a 16.011. So that wasn't a mud plug. That was actually his air cleaner and air cleaner cover off Bobby Hogue's car. Is what that debris up in turn number 2 is. So I'm going to go get that and give it back to him. Want to give a shout out to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, title sponsor tonight. The 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley is their location. Their phone number is 925-779-0707. 925-779-0707. They'll give you a 5% discount if you said you heard it here at Antioch Speedway or on Antioch Speedway TV. They are the best marine repair shop around. Head on over to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. I want to say thanks to Pacific Coast General Engineering. Their phone number, 925-252-0214, 925-252-0214 for Pacific Coast General Engineering. General Plumbing Supply Company out of Brentwood, California, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. Their number, 925-634-6660, 925-634-6660. General Plumbing Supply Company in Brentwood, California. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care, weed spraying, pest services, and if you need their help, give them a call at 925-634-1255, 925-634-1255, McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. Next 2 cars out, Randy Schaefer in the 22 car and Brent Kern in the 132. Schaefer takes the green flag down the front straightaway into turn number 1, running right up along the cushion. Got a deep cushion so far here tonight. Brent Kern right there on his in that same area of the racetrack. 22 car crosses the line and put him 13th quickest, the 16.242, with Brent Kern coming in at 9th quickest, the 16.009. 22 car moves up some more, all the way up to 5th quickest for Randy Schaefer. A 15.821 for Randy Schaefer in that 22 car. Brent Kern is going to be 10th quickest so far, 16.009. He will stick with lap number 1 for Brent Kern. Schaefer coming in the top 5 for his second lap of qualifying. C&J Favalora Trucking is another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. They're over there in Martinez, California. Give them a call. C&J Favalora Trucking. Delta Transmission, Delta Drivelines, another proud sponsor. They do foreign and domestic transmissions, standard and automatic, rear differentials, transfer cases, and, of course, drive lines. They're located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch, California. Delta Transmission, Delta Drivelines, 925-754-1870, 925-754-1870. 22G car coming up off turn number 4. Take the green flag. That's Paul Guglielmone. And the 68 car of Jesse Bailey. Both under the green flag. Now Guglielmone coming through turns 3 and 4, looking at white flag in the air. Crossing the line for his first time lap. And he is going to fall in. 2 parts unknown. Looks like his transponder didn't work. Jesse Bailey. Then the 68 car falls in 16th quickest, 16.375. Guglielmone crosses the line again. And once again, no time on Guglielmone, so transponder problems looks like for the 22G car. And 68 car jumps way up to the 8th quickest, a 15.902 for Jesse Bailey. So right now your quick qualifiers, Tricky Troy Folger in the 49 car, Aaron Crowell 2nd quickest, Jim Pettit the 2nd is 3rd quickest, Kellen Chadwick and Randy Schaefer round out your top 5. 6 through 10 is Paul Stone, Rick Diaz, Jesse Bailey, Bobby Hogue the 4th, and Mickey Hill. 11 through 15, Brent Curran, Raymond Lindman, Terry DiCarlo Jr., Justin Yeager, and Jeff Brown. 16th, Sean Wilson, 17, Buddy Niss, and 18th is Bobby Motts Jr. 2 cars haven't taken a time yet because their transponders didn't work. Nick DiCarlo and Paul Guglielmone. They have the opportunity to come back out, get that and do a 1 lap. With that, get your RACO cards out. Here we go. 3 more numbers for you. E57, E57, E57. C42, C42. And R3, R3. As Terry DiCarlo takes the white and green flag all at the same time. Or excuse me, Nick DiCarlo. E57, C42, and R3 are your next 3 numbers. Nick DiCarlo down to turn number 3, locking up that left front. Coming up off turn number 4, seeing his checkered flag. And it's going to put him 17th quickest, a 16.299 for quick Nick DiCarlo. Still working on that new car. It's a new car to him. It's not actually a brand new car. Let me correct that. That first lap that I read you was actually his warm-up lap. His fast lap is the fast lap of 15.402. Nick DiCarlo on fast qualifier now. Bumping off Tricky Troy, who came out in the second group earlier tonight. And now Paul Guglielmone, the last one, have the opportunity to knock off Nick DiCarlo now. Paul Guglielmone is going to come around to the white and green flags all at the same time. Guglielmone down to turn number 3. White-green flag in the air. Guglielmone down to turn number 1, running right on the cushion. Little trouble coming up off turn number 2. Had to get out of the gas just briefly. Through 3 and 4, checkered flag in the air. Guglielmone crossing the line, and his time puts him up to 8th quickest, a 15.886. Paul Guglielmone, 22G, 8th quickest. So your qualifying order looks like this. Nick DiCarlo on the point. Tricky Troy Folger, 2nd quickest. Aaron Crowell, 3rd. Jim Pettit, 4th. And Kellen Chadwick round out to top 5. Randy Schaefer, 6th. Paul Stone, 7th. Paul Guglielmone is 8th. 9th is Rick Diaz. 10th, Jesse Bailey. 11th, Bobby Hogue. 12th is Mickey Hill. 13th is Brent Curran. 14th, Raymond Lemon. 15th is Terry DiCarlo Jr. 16th, Justin Yeager. Jeff Brown, 17th. Sean Wilson, 18th. Buddy Niss, 19th. And Bobby Motts Jr. rounding out the field for qualifying for the IMCA Modifieds. Joe, Nick DiCarlo came out, ran. His transponder didn't work. He had to come out and only got 1 lap and able to take fast time at a 15.402. 2/10, more than 2/10 of a second quicker than Tricky Troy Folger. With that, get your RACO cards out. We'll do 3 more numbers while we're waiting for all the officiating stuff that has to get done. Next number out under letter O, it is 69, 069. Then we've got R8, R number 8, followed by A17, A17. 3 numbers, 069, R8, and A17. Next 3 numbers out. If you got a minute, get all your RACO numbers out. Here's all the numbers. Under the letter R, we have number 3, number 8, and number 12. 3, 8, and 12. Under letter A, we have 17, 22, 27, and 29. 17, 22, 27, and 29. Under letter C, we have 32, 38, and 42. 32, 38, and 42. Under letter E, we have 46, 47, 49, and 57. 46, 47, 49, and 57. On the letter O, we have 62, 66, 67, and 69. You can catch all those numbers on Antioch Speedway by Promotion Facebook page. IMCA stock cars getting ready to roll out for their for their heat races. Again, doing double heat races. You invert between your first heat race and your second heat race. As we get set for some great racing action. We'll be back at it tomorrow night as well. Don't forget night 2 of the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Races here at Antioch Speedway. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a great time. Heat race number 1 for the IMCA stock cars. Looks like this. Joe Gallagher out of San Jose, California is going to start on the point. Second is going to be Chad Johnson out of Bakersfield, California. Austin Van Hoff will start inside row number 2. He's out of Chowchilla, California. And Lauren DeArmond in the 7D out of Lemoore, California will start 4th. 5th is going to be Jim Pettit, the second out of Prunedale, California, inside row 3. To his outside, Jason Robles out of Rio Vista, California in the 78 car. And Fast Freddie Ryland starting at the back in the 7J out of Brentwood, California. Heat race number 1 for the IMCA stock cars. Continue on with thanking our sponsors, Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabrication. They do race cars, 4x4s, fabrication, and manufacturing. 916-203-8082 for Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabrication. Also want to give a shout out to one of our newest sponsors, Coco Farms. Stepping up big time for us here. Located in the heart of Contra Costa County in Antioch, California, Coco Farms is open 7 days a week and is committed to providing an unparalleled cannabis dispensary experience. With over 500 different products available, we have something for every type of customer. Coco Farms, proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. All right, going to roll out the IMCA stock cars. As we get set for some great racing action in the IMCA stock cars. Always putting on great shows. Joe Gallagher, Chad Johnson, row 1. Austin Van Hoff, Lauren DeArmond, row 2. Row 3, Jim Bennett, Jason Robles, and row 4, Fast Freddie Ryland. All right, we're getting them lined up, getting ready to go green flag racing. Some other sponsors that are sponsoring this weekend, specifically All-Spec Sheet Metal. Todd Gomez, the 38s, thank you very much. Samantha Harper. Hops Motorsports, Montalvo Motorsports, Frost Family, Vieira Family, Southern County Lubricants, and Josh Combs with his 1-2 wraps. Going to get to 1 to go signal this time by for the IMCA stock cars. Start our racing festivities here tonight. Joe Gallagher, Chad Johnson. Row 2, Austin Van Hoff, Lauren DeArmond. Row 3, Jim Pettit, Jason Robles. Row 4, Fast Freddie Ryland. Light is out. Getting set for 8 laps of racing action for the IMCA stock cars here tonight. For heat race number 1, these will invert. Next time these cars are on the track, same group, so Fast Freddie will start at the point. There are passing points, and that's all going to play into the main event later on. Green flag in the air, down the front straightaway. Chad Johnson on that high side gets down to turn number 1, puts Joe Gallagher back to the 2nd spot. Lauren DeArmond, winner a couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago, here at Antioch Speedway in a stock car. They're in the 3rd spot. Here comes Austin Van Hoff down on the inside, side-by-side battle for the lead up off turn number 4. At the line, it is still the 111 of Chad Johnson. Joe Gallagher trying to get underneath him. Joe Gallagher, the hobby stock champion down at Ocean Speedway for 2021. also running the stock car here at Antioch Speedway. Normally his son will be in the house as well, but Jim Pettit running that as Rob Gallagher had a baby this morning. Joe's grandson, Robbie Gallagher, had a major flip down in the Pettit shootout, going down the back straightaway last week, injuring his ankle, but he's okay and working on getting that car fixed to get back out here or getting another car. Lap number 3 in the books. It's still Chad Johnson on the point. Joe Gallagher second. Lauren DeArmond in the third spot. Jason Robles fourth. Austin Van Hoff has fallen back to the fifth spot. Jim Pettit in sixth, and Fast Freddie Ryland back there in the seventh spot. It does pay to pass. If you can pass, there are passing points. It does not. Your finishing order is not going to dictate where you start in the next heat race. It is inverted from the starting lineup from heat race number 1. As we are 4 down, 4 to go, coming around 3 to go this time by for Chad Johnson and a 111 car. Johnson getting a little bit pushed, a little push coming up off turn number 4. Quickly gets it straightened out, keeps on going, gets down to turn number 1 ahead of Joe Gallagher. Gallagher about 7/10 of a second back in that 1 car. Coming around to the 2 to go this time by for our field. Fabulous Bob holds that green flag up in the air steady. That shows 2 to go. Something we started about a month or so ago. Joe Gallagher got a little bit loose on the exit of turn number 2 that time. Lost about a car length over the Chad Johnson car. Gains in turn number 3 and 4 though. Johnson had trouble. White flag in the air one more time around. Johnson coming up off turn number 2. Joe Gallagher in the second spot. Lauren DeArmond in the third spot. He's got a battle on his hands with that 78 of Jason Robles. Checkered flag is out. Crossing the line, a 111 car. Chad Johnson with the win. Joe Gallagher second. Lauren DeArmond is going to get the third spot. Jason Robles fourth. Austin Van Hoff fifth. Sixth is going to be the Jim Pettit car. And seventh will be Fast Freddie Ryland. Heat race number 1 in the books for the IMCA stock cars. As Chad Johnson pulls it to the infield. Let's send it downstairs with my broadcast partner, Joe Peterson, with the winner interview.
Down here with the winner. Your first heat race picking up the win. Your second heat race, you're going to be inverted to the rear. Any changes you think you need to make to the race car?
We'll make some small adjustments. Car was decent there, a little free. We'll see how we do when we have to pass some cars.
All righty, there you have it. Heat race number 1 winner, Chad Johnson.
Chad Johnson taking home the win here tonight for heat race number 1. He's going to have to start at the towards the rear of the field next time. He started outside the front row. He will start inside row number 3 if my inversion brain is working properly. Heat race number 2 coming out. Rick Diaz in the 74 car starting on the point with Nicholas Johnson in the 1N out to his outside. Row 2, it's Travis Dutra in the 22 car. Kellen Chadwick in the 87. Row 3 is going to be Dan Gonerman and Dave Hill. And at the back of the pack, Jason Jennings. That is your starting lineup for heat race number 2 for the IMCA stock cars out of 2 heat races. They will re-rack them later and come back out, those same 2 heat races, and just invert them, as I've mentioned. Lights out, going green flag racing. This time by Rick Diaz has control of the field. Keeping it slow, Nicholas Johnson to his outside in that 1N car. Up off turn number 4 they come, green flag in the air. Rick Diaz doing double duty here. He's got the modified and the stock car. He falls in line in second coming up off turn number 2. Not able to grab that lead away. That high side pays off for Nicholas Johnson. Johnson down the front stretch into turn number 1. He's got Rick Diaz down on his low side. Battle for the lead down to turn number 3. Diaz once again cuts low. That high side seems to be the place to be right now. But side by side off turn number 4 at the line, it's still Johnson by just a hair over Diaz. Diaz has to fall back in line. Coming up off turn number 2. The low side seemed to work a little better in turns 3 and 4 as it does compared to 1 and 2. But this time he stays in the wheel tracks and crosses the line. 3 laps down, 5 to go in this 8-lap heat race for the IMCA stock cars here at Antioch Speedway. Battle for third is heating up. Travis Dutra down on the low side of Kellen Chadwick as that battle goes down the back straightaway. Now again, battle for the front spot. Rick Diaz once again looking underneath Nicholas Johnson, not able to make a move. Travis Dutra on the inside, battle for third. He gets around Kellen Chadwick, or out in front of Kellen Chadwick. slips up the hill. Kellen Chadwick takes advantage of his slip and grabs that third spot. Now Dan Gonerman trying to get back to underneath Travis Dutra, as Dutra is now trying to get back outside of Kellen Chadwick. Battle for the lead now, heating back up. Rick Diaz once again looking to the inside of Nicholas Johnson, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Side by side they're going. Johnson keeping Diaz pinched down just a little bit. 2 laps remain in this 8-lap heat race. Throw a blanket over the 4 cars, battling for that third spot. The battle for the lead as Diaz gets underneath Johnson this time. Coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway into 3. He gets around him going into 3, pushes up the hill. Johnson had to get hard on the brakes, not able to make a crossover move. Rick Diaz, our new leader, sees the white flag one more time around for this 8-lap heat race. The third place battle, side by side, Kellen Chadwick, Travis Dutra, as Diaz is now checking out from Johnson. Diaz crossing the line with the win. Johnson second. At the line, I am going to call it from my spot. '87 did not have transponder working, so I'm not sure who got it. I think the '87 got it. We'll have to wait for officials.
Heat race winner number 2. Rick, you had a battle going on with Nicholas Johnson really quick, but you're able to get by and pick up the heat race win.
Yeah, it's real narrow out there, you know what I mean? I felt like I was a little better than he was, but finally he bobbled, and I just had, you know what I mean, we had to get next to each other to get by him. This thing's good. Ethan and these guys got this thing going good.
Alrighty, there you have it. Heat race number 2 winner in the 74 machine, that is Rick Diaz.
Rick Diaz taking home the win in heat race number 2. That's going to do it for our IMCA stock cars for right now. They will be back in a little bit. Now we move our attention to the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. Heat race number 1, Jim DiGiovanni into 75X on the point to his outside Tyler Brown into 325. Row 2, Joe Salvi in the 82 car and Jason Ryan Jr. into 52. Row 3 is going to be Kelly Campanelli and Jonathan Hagiow. And at the back of the pack, Andrew Pearson at 15P. That's your starting lineup for heat race number 1 for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. Young Andrew Pierce had some good runs last week, ended up pulling off in the main event on Saturday night. Trying not to tear up the car as it just was not handling well. And they found that that a panhard bar or something, the bolt on it was loose, and so it was moving around. So it was making it handle very poorly. Finished 5th on Friday night down at the Pettit. We had a couple heat race wins out in Iowa during the national event. So just over a year of racing experience at all for young Andrew Pierce, Kid Smooth. Lights out, coming around to the green flag. Jim DiGiovanni has control of the field with Tyler Brown to his outside. That 75X car with control as they're coming through 3 and 4, starting to pick up the speed a little bit. Green flag in the air. Tyler Brown, Jim DiGiovanni down the front stretch into turn number 1. Tyler Brown on that high side once again paying off for the outside front row car. He will get a point for that pass if he finishes up there. Again, passing points. Tyler Brown, Jim DiGiovanni, Jason Ryan Jr., Hagiow, Pierce, Silva, Pierce, and then Campanelli. Your running order. Battle for the lead up off turn number 4 as Tyler Brown crosses the line. He's got Jim DiGiovanni all over his back bumper. DiGiovanni goes underneath as Tyler Brown slips up a little too high in turn number 2, got up over the cushion. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. New leader, Jim DiGiovanni into 75X with the leader coming across the line. 3 down, 5 to go. Tyler Brown trying to get underneath him, coming down the front straightaway to trying to make a pass back. Not able to do it. As they go into 3, the 325 car gets into turn number 3 a lot harder. Smoke suddenly coming from that car. In the middle of 3 and 4 in that 325 car. Battle continues for the lead. Again, in the center of the turn, smoke coming out of it. Hopefully just tire smoke. As Tyler Brown goes down into turn number 3, deep into turn number 3, side by side, able to hold on. Coming up off turn number 4 at the line. The 325 has it by about 3 feet over Jim DiGiovanni. DiGiovanni tried to cross over again in turns 1 and 2. Nothing doing there. Down the back stretch into turn number 3. Tyler Brown, Jim DiGiovanni, Jonathan Haggiau, Andrew Pierce. Your top 4. 5th is going to be Joe Salvi. 6th, Kelly Campanelli. And 7th is going to be Jason Ryan Jr. Coming around, white flag this time by for Tyler Brown and the rest of this heat race number 1 field for, I guess I should say heat race 1A, as they will invert these. All the classes doing that. White flag is out. Coming up off turn 4. Tyler Brown with the win. Jim DiGiovanni second. Jonathan Haggiau, Andrew Pierce, and Joe Salvi ran out to top 5. Kelly Campanelli 6th. Jason Ryan Jr. in that 7th spot. But our winner, the 325 of Tyler Brown, heading towards Joe Peterson and victory lane.
Here at the heat race number 1 winner, Tyler. You had a great battle going on there with the 75 Jim. Were able to pull off the win.
Yeah, it was hard. The car was backfiring and everything, but I figured if I just kept my foot in it, something would work, and sure enough it did. It's a little slippery still, but it was fun.
You're looking pretty anxious and excited right now.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I'm happy.
Alrighty, there you have it. Heat race number 1 winner in the 325. That is Tyler Brown.
Heat race 2A starting lineup. Tommy Climans out of Oakley, California on the point in the 19C. Nicholas Zapatero outside the front row in that 27Z. Row 2, Anthony Slaney driving the 22X out of Martinez, California with Fast Freddie Ryland in the 7J outside row 2. Row 3 is going to be Todd Gomez out of Antioch, California in the 38A, and to his outside Emily Van Hoff out of Chowchilla, California in the 4M. She is a rookie in the sports modified ranks, and she qualified both nights for the main event from her heat races last weekend at the Pettit Shootout. Jacob Malla Jr. in the 127 out of Oakley, California starts back in the 7th spot. Get your RACO cards out while we got a quick minute. Let's do 3 more numbers real quick. Next number out, 065, 065. Then we've got C35, C35. And C44, C44, 065, C35, C44. And yet again, you can find all these numbers on Antioch Speedway by promotions page. Going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by. Come around next time, it'll be the green flag, the magic green flag in the air. Why is it magic, you say? Well, when Bob holds it up that way, they come back around and stomp on the loud pedal. Tommy Climans on the point, Nicholas Zapatero in the 2nd spot. Anthony Slaney here in a sport modified tonight instead of a modified. That 22X to his outside, Fast Freddie Ryland. For Ryland doing double duty this weekend. Todd Gomez and Emily Van Hoff, row 3, and Jacob Malla Jr. back there in the 4th row. Tommy Climans bringing him around nice and slow. Green flag in the air. I have a feeling that one's coming back. Todd Gomez got a little too good of a jump on that one. No, they are staying under the green flag as Tommy Climans crosses the line. There comes a yellow flag. Going to restart that one. Todd Gomez, a little too good of a jump on that start, so we're going to restart it. The yellow and red flag is out. Lights out. Rich just explained to the drivers what the deal was. Tommy Climans bringing him around a little faster this time. Green flag in the air. Tommy Clemens Jr. Nicholas Zapatero 1-2 down into turn number 1. Here comes Fast Freddie Ryland making it 3 wide with Zapatero on the outside and Slaney on the inside. Put Fast Freddie up to the 2nd spot. Tommy Clemens crosses the line, 1 down, 7 to go as our leader. Fast Freddie there in the 2nd spot. He gets down to turn number 3. Does a slide job on Tommy Clemens. Tommy may have gotten him a little bit in the rear end as he crossed over in turn number 3. But Fast Freddie now checking out. As Tommy Clemens, that car right now pushing center off in that 19 car. That 19C just not handling right in the center off of the turn. Todd Clemens up to the 2nd spot. Anthony Slaney now trying all over the rear deck of the 19 of Tommy Clemens, trying to get the 3rd spot away from him. Nicholas Zapatero's dropped back to the 5th spot. Emily Van Hoffen 6th. And Jacob Mallow Jr. in the 7th spot. 4 laps down, 4 to go. We're halfway done with this Heat Race 2A for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. Fast Freddie checking out. A little over 2 seconds last time. This time it is 2.356 second lead over Todd Gomez. Anthony Slaney did get around Tommy Clemens. Coming around 2 to go this time for Fast Freddie. And this Heat 2A field for the IMCA stock car, or excuse me, IMCA Sport Modifieds. White flag is out one more time around. As our leader comes up off, checkered flag in the air. Fast Freddie Ryland taking home the win. Todd Gomez in the 2nd spot. Anthony Slaney will finish 3rd. 4th is going to be Tommy Clemens. Fifth, Nicholas Zapatero.
Heat race number 2 winner in the 7J. Fred, you pretty much made that one look pretty easy. Now you have to go do it again in the 2nd heat race.
Yeah, we're running the stock car too, so it's a little difficult in that one, but this one was a little better. It's a little greasy out there, but it's coming in.
Alrighty, there you have it. Heat race number 2 winner in the 7J. That is Fast Fred Ryland.
Going to give him the 1 to go signal. Starting lineup for heat race number 3. Chuck Golden, Chucky in the 112 on the point. He was outside Ryan Smith in the 250. Haley Gomez in the 38H, row 2, with Scott Foster to her outside. Dylan Conley, row 3, inside to his outside Trevor Clemens, and Casey Keller in the 4th row. On the points, the 250 of Ryan Smith. Smith out in front by about 4 car lengths. Chuck Golden has a little trouble coming up off turn number 2 that time. Got a problem in turn number 2. Something on the 112 here, and Chuck Golden had something break off his car. The report coming from the racetrack, the corner workers. 250, Ryan Smith on the point down the front straightaway. Trevor Kleiman's up to the second spot. He's all over the back end of Ryan Smith going into turn number 3. Looking low. Coming around, white flag this time by. Nothing doing. Battle for the lead down the front stretch into turn number 3. Smith has a problem. He almost hits the wall, opens up the door. But Trevor Kleiman's on the point as he comes up off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Trevor Kleiman's able to steal that one away from Ryan Smith after Smith had problems on the exit of turn number 2 on the final lap. Trevor Kleiman's 2021 IMCA Sport Modified State Champion heading to Joe in the infield.
Down here, heat race number 3 winner, getting it done on the last lap, getting by Ryan Smith. Trevor taking home the heat race win. Woo!
That was fun. Didn't think we'd have a chance starting so far back, but we did it. We're going to come out for the second heat and see what we can do.
Alrighty, there you have it. Heat race number 3 winner in the 2C. That's Trevor Kleiman.
Trevor talking about starting way in the back for his heat race. He started outside row number 3. That means he's going to get to start up front. Second position for heat race 3B. Hearing there might be some debris on the back straight. We're going to look at that. So real quick, get your RACO cards out. We're going to draw 3 more numbers. Round and round the magic ball goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Next number out under the letter C, it is 37, C37. Then we've got A19, A19. And E58, E58. Those numbers again, C37, A19, and E58. Lineup for heat race 1A for the IMCA Modifieds. Quick, Nick DiCarlo on the point. To his outside is going to be Jim Pettit in the 6 car. Row number 2, Paul Stone in the 66B and Jesse Bailey in the 68 car. Row 3, Brent Curran in the 132 and Justin Yeager in the 2Y. And at the back of the pack, it's Buddy Niss in the 19K. That's your starting lineup for heat race 1A for the IMCA Modifieds. Green flag in the air. Pettit on the high side, gets down to turn number 1 first, drives around the outside of Nick DiCarlo. DiCarlo has a little trouble, stacks him up in turn number 2. Brent Curran's a loser there. He falls way to the back of the pack. Our leader, Jim Pettit. Nick DiCarlo, 3rd place is Jesse Bailey in the 68 car. Paul Stone is 4th. 5th is going to be Justin Yeager. 6th is going to be the Buddy Niskar and Brent Curran. They're in the 7th spots. Paul Stone pushing a little bit in turns 1 and 2, loses some more ground. As Jim Pettit comes up off turn number 4, puts lap number 3 in the books. 3 down, 5 to go for the IMCA Modified Heat Race 1A. 15:28 last time by on the stopwatch. 88.351 miles an hour. We got a fast racetrack once again here tonight. Jim Pettit, Nick DiCarlo, Jesse Bailey, Paul Stone, Justin Yeager, your top 5. Buddy Nissen, Brent Curran, 6 and 7. Through 3 and 4 they come. Pettit crossing the line, 5 laps down, 3 to go. As he's got about 4 car lengths over Nick DiCarlo. DiCarlo losing a little bit of ground to Jesse Bailey. Bailey starting to reel him in a little bit. Battle for second, heating up, starting. 2 to go for this Heat Race 1A field. Pettit all by himself. He ran well last week down at the Pettit shootout as well. Sees the white flag in the air. One more time around. Heat Race number 1. 6 heat races in all as we do a 1A and 1B. Nick DiCarlo looked underneath, tried to get there, nothing doing. Falls in line in second with Jim Pettit taking home Heat Race 1A for the IMCA Modifieds. Jim Pettit, Nick DiCarlo, Jesse Bailey, Paul Stone, Justin Yeager, your top 5, then Buddy Niss and Brent Curran rounding out this 7-car field.
Here at Heat Race number 1 winner. Started in a row, you were able to get out in clean air and pick up a Heat Race win.
Yeah, it helps starting up front. We'll see how it goes in the second heat, but we got a pretty good race car right now, so I'm pretty excited.
All right, there you have it. Heat Race number 1 winner, the Hall of Famer, Jim Pettit.
Jim Pettit running strong here again this weekend. Track champion here at Antioch Speedway, also down in Merced Speedway. And might possibly be the champion at Ocean Speedway. Might make it 3 in a row, plus the IMCA Modified State Champion. So an excellent year for the Hall of Famer, Jim Pettit. Heat race number 2 looks like this. Tricky Troy Folger on the points in the 49 car to his outside, Kellen Chadwick in the 83. Row 2, Paul Guglielmone in the 22G and Bobby Hogue in the 2 car. Row 3, Raymond Lindman in the 23R and Jeff Brown in the 228. At the back of the pack, it's Bobby Motz Jr. in the U81. Bobby not making the call. So we are 1 car short for Heat Race 2A. He is Bobby Motz is a scratch for the night. They rushed around. He was not in Ocean Speedway last week. He was running the hobby stock because they were having trouble with the modified. Looks like they're still not quite ready. So hopefully be back tomorrow. Lights out, going green flag racing. Next time by. Coming around, Tricky Troy brings him up to turn number 4. Hard on the gas, Kellen Chadwick on the outside. Down the front straightaway. Troy got into turn number 1 first, but Kellen almost got off turn number 2 first. He then suddenly had to avoid hitting the wall as Kellen Chadwick had a problem on the exit of turn number 2. Lap number 1 in the books. Tricky Troy Folger is your leader. Bobby Hogue moves up into the second spot. Chadwick into third spot. Paul Guglielmone, fourth. Fifth is going to be Raymond Lemon. Sixth will be Jeff Brown. Folger has a 7.5 tenths of a second lead over Bobby Hogue, winner last week of the Pettit Shootout on both Friday and Saturday night. Making 2 years in a row, he's taking home the main event win there down in Ocean Speedway for the Pettit Shootout. Hogue, see if he can reel him in a little bit. Gained about a tenth of a second last time by. This time crosses the line, loses about 2.5 tenths. Now back 0.897 seconds over Tricky Troy Folger. This is Folger's big important race, as it is the Bill Bauer Memorial Race. Bill's son is Troy's car owner. And Troy stretching it out even more, a little over a second that last time by. 2 to go this time as Hogue has trouble, gets loose coming up off turn number 4. Loses some more ground, almost a second and a half. He's a 1.4 seconds back. Kellen Chadwick, another 1.4 seconds back of Hogue. Paul Guglielmone, Jeff Brown, Raymond Lemon, and Bobby Watts, who's not in the field, scratched for the night. 88.695 miles an hour. Or excuse me, 699 miles an hour that time. As Folger took the white flag coming around, checkered flag in the air. Tricky Troy taking home the win. Followed by Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick. Paul Guglielmone is going to get fourth. Fifth is going to be Jeff Brown. And sixth will be Raymond Lindman. That last lap of 15.05 for Folger, 89.701 miles an hour. Here's Joe with Tricky Troy.
Heat race number 2 winner, Tricky. You were able to get out front in the closing laps of this heat race. You started to check out away from the 2H machine.
Yeah, I didn't know who was going to be there. I figured it would be Kellen, but I just knew I had to get a good jump on the start. It's kind of top dominant right now, and I knew he made a big mistake there on the outside. He kind of drove around me, but hats off to thank you for all the fans coming out and supporting the Bill Bowers Memorial. We really appreciate it, and hopefully we can just continue this.
All righty, there you have it. Heat race number 2 winner in the 49. That is Tricky Troy Folger.
As I talked about, this is a big event for Tricky Troy, driving for that Bowers family. And had a chance to talk to him last night at the live Wiley's Race Report at the party. And then earlier today on the live pre-race show. If you get a chance, go check it out and see what this event really means to him. Real quick, 3 more numbers for you. E53, 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 then E56, 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 and then E50, E50. E53, 56, and 50. Your next 3 numbers out for Raceco. Check Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook for all the numbers. Starting lineup. Heat race number 3. Aaron Crowell on the point, 29C. Randy Schaefer in the 22 car. Row 2, Rick Diaz in the 714, and Mickey Hill in the 55 car. Row 3, Terry DiCarlo Jr. in the 7X, and Sean Wilson in the 7 car. Starting lineup for Heat Race 3A with the IMCA Modifieds. Again, if you are not sure what all the numbers are, check out Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. If you haven't bought a card, Raceco card, head on down. You can get one now and still win, folks. This is a game you can join in the middle at any time. Coming around the green flag this time by Aaron Crowell on the point. Green flag in the air. Randy Schaefer on the high side tries to get out in front. Aaron Crowell gets into turn number 1 first, but that high side pays off as Schaefer drives around him, coming up off turn number 2, down to turn number 3. Crowell not giving up the fight yet. Side by side off 4, but Schaefer's going to be leader. Lap number 1 for this 8-lap heat race for the IMCA Modified Heat Race number 3A. Schaefer crossing the line, putting lap number 2 in the books. Aaron Crowell in the 2nd spot. 3rd place is Rick Diaz in the 714. 4th is Mickey Hill. Terry DiCarlo Jr. 5th. And 6th is going to be Sean Wilson. Wilson pushing up off turn number 2. Had to get out of the gas to keep from hitting the wall. as Schaefer crosses the line, putting lap number 3 into books. He's got about a 4/10 of a second lead over Aaron Crowell, who's getting a lot of pressure from behind from Rick Diaz in that 7:14. Crowell now gets out into turn number 3. He gets underneath Randy Schaefer. Battle for lead up off turn number 4. Crowell's going to get him at the line. Crowell's our new leader. Can he stay out in front? He's got to come up the hill a little bit. Schaefer doesn't let him. Drives back around him on the outside in turn number 1 and 2. Rick Diaz has a problem. He had to get out of the gas to keep from hitting the wall in turn number 2 and loses a bunch of ground. He was back 3/10 last time by. Now he has lost almost a full second after that bobble in turn number 2. Now Crowell has a problem down on the low side of turn number 2, and he loses a couple car lengths. Coming around, 2 to go this time by Randy Schaefer at the line, still the leader. Aaron Crowell second, Rick Diaz third, Terry DiCarlo Jr. is fourth. Fifth is going to be Mickey Hill, and sixth will be Sean Wilson. Again, Rick Diaz has a problem coming up off turn number 2. That 714 car not handling on the exit of turn 2 at the line. Battle for the lead. Aaron Crowell down on the inside. Randy Schaefer. I don't know. Did Schaefer think the race was over? White flag is out. Something's wrong with the 22 car. Aaron Crowell now on the points. As Crowell coming up off turn number 4. I'm not sure if something happened to the 22 or if Schaefer thought the race was over, because that car seemed to pick up speed again in 3 and 4. But he falls back to third after starting second, led most of the race, and finished in that third spot. Aaron Crowell the winner. Rick Diaz second, Randy Schaefer, Terry DiCarlo third and fourth, Mickey Hill fifth, and sixth was Sean Wilson. Let's send it downstairs with Joe Peterson.
Here at heat race number 3 winner, last corner slide job to pick up the heat race win. Aaron, what do you got to say about that one?
Oh man, that was a blast. I was trying my hardest, we're this point structure, you got to get all the points you can, and it looked like, I didn't know, it kind of looked like he slowed up and broke or something, so I kind of drove it in there a little lower than normal just to make sure I wasn't going to, hit him or anything, and man, that was fun.
Fantastic job, fantastic slide job. Heat race number 3 winner in the 29th seat. Give it up for the crazy man, Aaron Crowell.
Aaron Crowell taking home heat race 3A for the modifieds. All right, get your Raceho cards out. Let's draw 3 more numbers as we are fast approaching the end of this game. Got to give away some stuff. Delta Bowl still has some tickets here I want to give. Next number out under the letter C, it is 31, C31. Under letter R, we have the number 9, R9, and then we have 073, 073. So C31, R9, and 073. Again, C31, R9, 073. Your next 3 numbers out. Check out Antioch Speedway by Promotions for the full number rundown. Starting lineup for Heat Race 1B for the stock cars. Fast Freddy rolling on the point. Jason Robles outside the front row. Jim Pettit and Lauren DeArmond, row 2. Row 3, Austin Van Hoff, Chad Johnson. Row 4 is Joe Gallagher. 111 of Chad Johnson was the winner last time. After starting seconds, he only got a single point. Coming around, green flag in the air. Jason Robles, multiple-time winner here this year in the IMCA stock cars. Out in front right now. 1 down, 7 to go. Robles stretching out a little bit. Fast Freddy there in the second spot. Jim Pettit there. Jim Pettit spins right in the middle of 3 and 4, right in front of a good portion of the field. Somehow most everybody avoids him. Joe Gallagher, his teammate, spins out and comes to a stop there. Slight damage. I don't think there was any major contact over there in 3 and 4. But Jim Pettit spinning all on his own, coming through 3 and 4. Taking a look at the video. It's been a long time since Jim was in a full-bodied stock car on dirt. Did get 1 lap in.
really quick why it looks like the one machine of Joe Gallagher and a little bit of nose damage on that machine after we just seen him in the X machine of Jim Pettit. Jim Pettit leaving the racetrack right now, taking that thing back to the pits, making a few adjustments on it, probably as he gets set for this main event. But the two team cars losing it over in the center of 3 and 4.
Yep, watching the replay, Joe. Jim just kind of lost it all on his own. He's up there in the third spot. Just it came around and one and done in the heat races, so he is done for tonight. He'll be back out for the main event. Working on getting the lineup set as the 111 of Chad Johnson should be in the third spot. Fast Freddie Ryland second. He gets to choose high side or low side. Texas style restart. First time we've had a chance. First chance we've had to talk about it all night long. Leader gets the road to himself. Second place gets to choose high side or low side. And everyone else falls in line accordingly. Lights out, going green flag racing. Jason Robles on the point. Fast Freddie Ryland second. Chad Johnson in the third spot. Lauren DeArmond in the fourth spot. Austin Van Hoff fifth. Jim Pettit out. And Joe Gallagher there in the sixth spot. Jason Robles bringing around nice and slow through 3 and 4. Hard on the gas, coming up off turn number 4. Green flag back out. 1 lap down, 7 to go. As we are back under the green flag down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Heat race 1B for the IMCA stock cars. This time Fast Freddie Ryland not letting Jason Robles get away. He dives underneath him into turn number 3. Side by side up off turn number 4. That high side paying off once again for Jason Robles. But Fast Freddie not letting him get away. Stays underneath there into turn number 1. Coming up off turn number 2. Turn number 2 seems to be a more important spot to be on the high side as long as you don't get too high. A lot of cars have almost hit the wall getting too high over there in turn number 2 here tonight. Jason Robles now out on the point all by himself. Fast Freddie Ryland falls back into second spot. The 111 of Chad Johnson in the third spot. Fourth is going to be Austin Van Hoff. Fifth is going to be Lauren DeArmond. And sixth will be Joe Gallagher. Jason Robles puts lap number 4 in the books. 4 down, 4 to go. As Chad Johnson tried to get to the outside of Fast Freddie Ryland, he got in too high, got up over the cushion. He loses 7 or 8 car lengths going through turns 1 and 2 and puts himself back in the hands of Austin Van Hoff. Jason Robles, Fast Freddie Ryland, Chad Johnson, Austin Van Hoff, Lauren DeArmond, and Joe Gallagher, your running order right now as we come around 2 to go this time by. Robles able to hold off Fast Freddie Ryland. Ryland looking to the inside going into turn number 1. Not quite close enough. Pushed up the hill a little bit on the exit of turn number 2 and is going to lose about 3 car lengths down the back straightaway on having that problem on the exit of turn number 2. White flag is out one more time around for Jason Robles in the 78 car. Down into turn number 1 they go. Fast Freddie Ryland there in the second spot. Chad Johnson third. Austin Van Hoff trying to get to Chad Johnson, but he didn't come off turn number 2 as well. Checkered flag in the air. Jason Robles crosses the line with the win. Fast Freddie's going to get second. Austin Van Hoff, or excuse me, Chad Johnson third. Fourth is going to be Austin Van Hoff. Fifth will be Lauren DeArmond. And sixth will be Joe Gallagher. But our winner of the 78 car, Jason Robles, taking home the win.
Jason Robles with the win. Fantastic battle with Fred Ryland closing in as he makes his way down here. Heat race winner in the second round of the heat races. Jason up the win here in the second round of the heat races. What do you think of the racetrack so far?
It's good. It's a little slick coming out of the middle of 1 and 2, but hopefully it'll be 2 lanes in the main event. We'll be good to go.
Alrighty, there you have it. Winner of the second round of heat race number 1. Give it up for the 78 machine of Jason Robles.
Jason Robles winning heat race 1B as we get ready for heat race 2B. Real quick, get your Race-O cards out. Should start having some winners here soon. Next number out. It is E60, E60. Then we've got A28, A28, and 064, 064. E60, A28, and 064 are your next three numbers out for tonight's race-o. Starting lineup for Heat Race 2B for the IMCA Stock Cars. Jason Jennings gets the start on the point after starting out back last time. Dave Hill to his high side in the 15A. Row 2, Dan Connerman in the 8G, and Kellen Chadwick is a scratch for this race. He was scheduled to start 4th. 5th, Travis Dutra in the 22 car. Nicholas Johnson scheduled to start 6th. Will move up one row into that 4th spot. And Rick Diaz scheduled to start 7th. He will get to come up and start in the 6th spot. Now, just so you know, points are awarded based on your scheduled starting spot, not necessarily where you actually start. If you happen to fall to the back or come late and you make it out late, you are only scheduled points-wise, passing points, based on where you are scheduled to start. So in this case, I guess Rick Diaz, Nicholas Johnson, and Travis Dutra have all gained points after Kellen Chadwick didn't make the call for heat race number 2B. We got one car on the exit, so we are staying under the yellow flag. One car stuck on pit exit. So it's going to be just a second. So while we got a minute, get your race cards out. I'm going to review all the numbers drawn so far. Again, you can find all of them on Antioch Speedway by our promotion Facebook page. But under the letter R, we have numbers 3, 8, 9, and 12. Under the letter A, we have 17, 19, 22, 27, 28, 29. Under the letter C, we have 31, 32, 35, 37, 38, 42, and 44. On the letter E, we have 46, 47, 49, 50, 53, 56, 57, 58, and 60. Under the letter O, we have 62, 64, 65, 66, 67, 69, and 73. Don't forget to keep an eye on our Facebook page at Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Also, Antioch Speedway TV, or both our primary and our secondary Facebook page. And our website, www.antiochspeedway.com, www.antiochspeedway.com. And, of course, Wiley's Race Report on both YouTube and Facebook. Congratulations to our first winner. Thanks to Delta Bowl for supplying the free passes tonight. We'll do it again tomorrow night for the Delta Bowl. She also got herself a free meal. I think we're going to stop the cars on the back straightaway just because we got to get An issue over there on pit exit.
So why it looks like we're getting some breaking news as a car went off in the ditch over pit side. That's why the reason for the red flag. You see the cars parked on the back straightaway.
That's a new one. I don't think I've heard that one before. First time I think I've heard. I've seen someone flip over it, but not just end up driving off it. But they're out now, and we're getting the cars rolling again. Give a shout out to Allspec Sheet Metal for being a proud sponsor here of the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Races. Samantha Harper, Hops Motorsports out of Oregon, Montalvo Motorsports, Frost family, the Vieira family, Southern County Lubricants, and Josh Combs with his 1-2 wraps and a brand new baby, Josh and Jessica Combs. Congratulations, brand new baby girl born on Thursday. All right, heat race number 2. Give you the lineup once again. Jason Jennings on the point. 42J to its outside Dave Hill in the 15A. Row 2, Dan Gonerman in the 8G, and Kellen Chadwick is a scratch, scheduled to start 4th. Travis Dutra, 5th starter. 6th will be Nicholas Johnson. He moves up to the 4th spot, and Rick Diaz moves from 7th to 6th as Kellen Chadwick is a scratch for heat race 2B. Jennings starting to pick up the speed, going down the back straightaway. Coming up off turn number 4, Dave Hill gets a good run on the high side. Immediately cuts down in front of Jason Jennings. Here comes that one end of Nicholas Johnson. He has worked his way all the way up to the lead, going down into turn number 3 already after starting 4th. Johnson crosses the line with the lead. Rick Diaz doing double duty in the 2nd spot. But Johnson pulling away right now in that 1D, or excuse me, the 1N. Finished 9th here at Antioch back in July, last time he was here. Starting to pull away. Goes from 1.2 seconds to 2.047 seconds over the 2nd place car of Dave Hill. Now Dave Hill gets passed by Rick Diaz. Dave Hill's transponder not working. But Diaz gets that 2nd place away from Dave Hill as they go down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Hill slides uphill just a little bit. He's going to lose about 4 car lengths. Jason Jennings right on his rear bumper now, going down into turn number 3 as that battle for 3rd continues. Up off turn number 4, Dave Hill gets loose coming up off the turn. Jennings not quite close enough to make a move on it. Now he looks to the outside going into turn number 1. Crosses over in the middle of 1 and 2. Tries to get underneath him coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into 3. Battle for 3rd side by side as the leader takes the 2 to go signal. Dave Hill gets loose, gets into the side of Jason Jennings. Loses that spot. Dan Gonerman gets around him. Here comes Travis Dutra. 3 wide going into turn number 1. And Dave Hill's going to be able to hold on to 1 spot, not fall all the way to the back as the white flag comes out for our leader, Nicholas Johnson. One more time around as Rick Diaz is 2nd. Jason Jennings 3rd. Now Jennings starting to get heat from Dan Gonerman. Gonerman all over his back bumper. Looks underneath coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway side by side into turn number 3 as our leader, Nicholas Johnson, takes home the win. Diaz is 2nd off turn number 4. Side by side, Jennings is going to get that 3rd spot. Put Dan Gonerman in the 4th spot. Travis Dutra.
Winner heat race number 2. Nicholas Johnson picking up the win. Get a quick word with him as he gets the helmet off. Nick, tables are turned. This time you pick up the heat race. Run second. Anything changes you?
After the changes for the first heat race, this thing felt golden. I don't know how close he was, but I felt a lot faster. I was kind of disappointed in the first heat race, made a mistake, threw away the lead, but we got this thing rolling now.
Alrighty, there you have it. Heat race number 2 and the 1-in machine. That is Nicholas Johnson.
Nicholas Johnson taking home heat race 2B for the IMCA stock cars. Now, tomorrow night is going to be 1 heat race per division. Or they'll only run in 1 heat race. It won't be double heat races. Points are accumulated. Top 4 in the modifieds will transfer automatically in tonight's main if we need a B main tomorrow night. IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds rolling out for their heat race Bs. So 1B, Andrew Pierce starts on the point in the 15P, the Kid Smooth. 2 is outside, Jonathan Hagiow in the 30S. Row 2, Kelly Campanella in the 2 car, and Jason Ryan Jr. in the 52 car to her outside. Row 3 is Joe Salvi in the 82 and Tyler Brown in the 325. And at the back of the pack is going to be Jim DiGiovanni in the 75X. How we kind of equal things out, being our passing points, you get 2 heat races each. And you invert the order, so you have the opportunity to pass some cars, at least in one of them, if you happen to be starting up front on one of them. Going to pack the high side just a couple of times. So while I have a minute, get your RACO cards out. Going to draw 2 numbers. Next one out. Under the letter E, it's 55. E, 55. Then we have C39, C39. E55 and C39. Next 2 numbers out for RACO. Again, check all the numbers on Antioch Speedway by Promotions. I love giving away free stuff. Lights out coming around to the green flag. Andrew Pierce, Jonathan Hagiow, Kelly Campanelli, Jason Ryan, row 2, row 3, Joe Salvi, Tally Brown, row 4, Jim DiGiovanni. Green flag in the air. And I think that one's getting called back. Heat race 1B for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. The winner of heat race 1A was the 325 of Tyler Brown. Lights out, coming to the green flag this time by. Andrew Pierce bringing him around. Starting to pick up the speed in turn number 3. Green flag in the air. Pierce slides up the hill just a little bit off turn number 2. Jonathan Hagiow not quite close enough to make a move. Here comes that 325 of Tyler Brown. He dives to the inside, making it 2 wide, going into turn number 3 for that 3rd position after starting back in the 3rd row. 52 of Jason Ryan Jr. had to get hard on the brakes as he almost got into the back of Jonathan Hagiow. As Hagiow had a problem going through turns 1 and 2. And again, they stack him up over there in turn number 4, but everybody keeps on going. That 325, the winner of heat race number 1, up to the 2nd spot. Kelly Campanelli getting a little sideways. He got off, slowed down a bunch. Jim DiGiovanni got into the back of her. Now Kelly Campanelli up against the wall in turn number 3 and 4. Broken right front on that car. Campanelli last weekend down in Ocean Speedway had an accident on Friday night, had to fix that car, came out and won the heat race on Saturday. She's off the racetrack, heading back towards her pits, hopefully get that thing fixed for the main event. As Andrew Pierce comes up off turn number 4, he gets loose on the exit of turn number 4. But he is so far in front right now, 4.244 seconds. Pierce is over 2nd place. Hagiow lost Tyler Brown. 2 to go. Tyler Brown off the racetrack for some reason. Looks like damage on the right side of that car as he sits down in the infield. Coming around to the white flag this time. Andrew Pierce, Kid Smooth, takes the white flag. Jonathan Hagiow, 5.6 seconds back of Andrew Pierce. Pierce in that 15P. 2 heat wins back at the Nationals in Iowa last month. Gets a checkered flag. Talked to him on the pre-race show earlier. Jonathan Hagiow in the 30S finishes 2nd. 3rd is going to be Jason Ryan Jr. 4th is going to be Joe Salvi. 5th, Jim DiGiovanni after having problems earlier in the heat race. Tyler Brown in that 325 did not complete the race. But that car was fast, starting back in the 6th spot. Worked his way all the way up to 2nd before having that incident over there in turn number 2. Last lap, 16-second flat for our winner. 84.375 on the speed chart.
Andrew Pierce winning heat race number 1 dominantly. You're going to have some good passing points going into this draw.
Yeah, no, we weren't bad in both heats, so hopefully we're in the redraw and hopefully we can draw a good pill.
Alrighty, there you have it. The 15P. It's the Oakley Outlaw, Andrew Pierce.
Heat race 2B getting ready to roll out. Winner of heat race 2A was Fast Freddie Ryland in that 7J. Starting on the point for heat 2B is going to be Jacob Malla Jr. in the 127. 2 is outside of the Emily Van Hoff in the 4M. Row 2, Todd Gomez in the 38A with Fast Freddie Ryland outside of row number 2 in that 7J. Row 3 is Anthony Slaney in the 22X and Nicholas Zapatero in the 27Z. And at the back of the back, Tommy Climans in the 19C. Got them lined up. Going to give them the lights out. Coming around to the green flag this time by. Coming around the 127, Jacob Mallet Jr. Hard on the gas, coming up off turn number 4, crosses the line. Gets a good run down the front straightaway. Emily Van Hoff falls in line in third as Todd Gomez gets around her. Here comes Fast Freddy. He's getting around her as well down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Jacob Mallet Jr. in 127. 7/10 of a second lead after lap number 1 over Todd Gomez. Fast Freddy right on Gomez's rear bumper. Coming through turns number 1. Gomez has a little bit better exit speed on the exit of turn number 2. Gains just a little bit. One car goes around. That's the 22X of Anthony Slaney. Spinning it over turn 3 and 4. See if he can get that thing going before we go to yellow. And he does. We stay under the green flag. Anthony Slaney making his... Ooh! Our leader spins out in turn number 4. Collects Fast Freddy Ryland, Todd Gomez, Emily Van Hoff. Jacob Mallet Jr. got down to turn number 3, looped that thing around. Fast Freddy had nowhere to go. See if I can see what happened on the video. If you're unaware, I did... go ahead, Joe.
Looking like a lot of damage to the 38A machine, the nose of the 38 machine, as well as looks like there's going to need to be a tow for the 7J of Fred Ryland. Looks like him and Emily Van Hoff stuck together, as well as some damage on the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr. on the front end. 4-car collision over here in the centers of 3 and 4, wiping out 4 cars. Not good as these guys get set and get ready for this main event.
Just watching on video, Jacob Mallet Jr., I mean, it was not a case of Anthony Slaney being there when he came in there. He just got into turn number 3, and it looped around right in front of Fast Freddy. Freddy had nowhere to go. And then Todd Gomez had nowhere to go and got into the Freddy. And then Emily, the track basically being blocked at that point, had nowhere to go as well. And they all piled into turn number 3. Looking at the replay one more time, Anthony Slaney leaves the scene, and then suddenly Jacob Mallet Jr. just comes in and loops it. He was not no one was near him. He just kind of looped it around there right in front of the others, and they all came piling in, nowhere to go. So getting those cars separated down there. It didn't look like Emily Van Hoff. She just barely kissed the car of Fast Freddy. I don't think there should be any damage to that car, although she's not getting able to roll away, so I'm not sure what's happening there, but and the video did not seem to be very much contact. She just locked her down and slid her sideways, and they just kind of bumped just a little bit. Todd Gomez rolling away on his own. Jacob Mallet Jr. got hit hard in the left front from Fast Freddy Ryland. As Jacob Mallet Jr. is on the hook. Looking at the front of Emily's car, not seeing a whole lot. Looks like she's starting to roll away. Again, a car count, everyone's going to make the main, so hopefully Fast Freddy can get that thing fixed and get it back out here, as well as Jacob Mallet Jr. A lot of damage on the right front of Fast Freddy's, a lot of body damage. Looks like there may be a little suspension damage as well. Hopefully, they can get that thing repaired in time for the main event coming up here in just a little bit. So that's going to put Tom Klimans on the point, as everyone in front of him was involved in the incident. Nicholas Zapatero in the second spot. He chooses the high side, puts Anthony Slaney down on the low side. Todd Gomez and Emily Van Hoff round out row number 3. Thank everybody for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV on this beautiful Friday night for racing here at Antioch Speedway in Antioch, California. We're located about 40 miles to the northeast of downtown San Francisco. If you're not familiar where Antioch is, it is at the Contra Costa County Fairgrounds where this racetrack is. If you're here in the stands, thank you very much for coming out on this Friday night. Hope to see everybody back here tomorrow night. Hope to see a lot more of you out here tomorrow night as well. It's going to be more great racing action with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars for night 2 of the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Races here at Antioch Speedway. Green flag back in the air. Tom Klimans with control of the field. 2 down, 6 to go in this 8-lap heat race for Heat Race 2B in this unique style format here tonight. Todd Klimans works his way around Nicholas Zapatero. Now he works underneath Anthony Slaney. Slaney driving the 22X. That is actually Scott Foster's backup car. He gets into the back of Tommy Klimans. Looks like their bumpers almost may have gotten connected there for just a moment in the middle of turn number 1. Here comes Todd Gomez. He gets his way around Slaney. Now he sets his sights on trying to get around Tommy Klimans as he get down the front straightaway. But Slaney says, I'm going 3 wide, coming up off turn number 2, and he's a meat and a sandwich, and they come colliding together. He backs out of it. Todd Gomez comes up off turn number 4. He gets hooked by Tommy Klimans. Klimans gets out of it, who gets hit by Anthony Slaney, who gets hit by Nicholas Zapatero, who then gets into Emily Van Hoff. All 5 cars on the racetrack got involved in that one. Started coming up off turn number 4. Tommy Klimans got into the back of Todd Gomez, turning him sideways. Gomez somehow didn't end up in the wall. His car was facing the wall, getting pushed down the front stretch by the 19C. Looking for a tow truck. Watching the replay. Coming up off turn number 4. Tommy Klimans got into the right rear of Todd Gomez. They all get together. Zapatero gets into Anthony Slaney. Then Zapatero's trying to catch it, and he gets into Emily Van Hoff, who had nowhere to go. So a kind of a chain reaction from first all the way back to 5th place in that incident. So looking at it again, just to confirm what I saw was 38, Todd Gomez coming up off turn number 4, and Tommy Klimans got into his right rear, kind of turned him sideways, and as they were trying to gather it up and save everything, Slaney got involved. He got together with him, who then Nicholas Zapatero got with Slaney, and then Zapatero spun and caught Emily Van Hoff as she went by. A domino effect from first place all the way back to 5th place in this heat race. As we sit right now, 5 down, 3 to go in this 8-lap heat race. I don't think I've ever seen quite the domino effect like that one that involved every car in the field. Got the lineup set, getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Todd Gomez back on the point. Anthony Slaney chooses the high side, puts Nicholas Zapatero down on the low side. 3 laps remain in this 8-lap heat race for the IMCA Sport Modified Heat Race 2B. Damage on that right rear where Tommy Climans got into it. Climans had to go to the pits. He had a flat tire. 1 to go. Lights are out, coming out of the green flag this time by. Todd Gomez with control of the field. Todd had a good run down in the Pettit shootout last weekend. Coming up off turn number 4, Gomez hard on the gas. Green flag back in the air. 1 more time, or 3 more times around for heat race number 2B for the IMCA. Gomez spins in turn number 2 in front of the field. Hearing reports, the 22X of Slaney got into the back of Gomez. 2 to go. Slaney up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway with the lead by about 4 car lengths right now, where Tommy Climans coming to the white flag this time. Slaney running the high side, right up against the cushion, right through the south end of the racetrack, turns 1 and 2. Down into turn number 3 goes, again, keeping it up along the cushion. Checkered flag coming out. Crossing the line, Slaney with the win. Tommy Climans second, Nicholas Zapatero third. Todd Gomez will get the 4th spot after leading earlier.
The 22X, Anthony Slaney picking up this heat race win. Well, Anthony, describe to me what went down in that heat race.
Well, I went in hot behind Gomez, and he got tight in the middle of 1 and 2 and just came to a stop. I got on the brake pedal, and there was nothing more I could have done. I don't know what his problem is, but whatever. I mean, to me, it was just a racing deal. I don't try to drive anybody like that. I don't try to do anything like that. He screwed up in front of me, and I got on the brake pedal.
All right, words from Anthony Slaney.
I know you can't hear.
He's the winner. All right, looking like the 19C of Tommy Climans taking home the win after a DQ. Like I said, just describe to me what went down in that heat race.
It was a little rough. It was fun. It was the hardest one I've had to earn a win on. Oh, my goodness. We were running good. We were running with the 38. He washed over my nose, and, hey, somebody else got him, and they got back, and next thing I know, I'm right here with you.
All righty, well, there you have it. Heat race number 2 winner in the 19C machine. Give it up for Tommy Climans.
Tommy Climans with the win, 19C for 2B. Heat race 2B. Heat race 3B getting ready to roll out. On the point, Casey Keller in the 38 car. 2 is outside. Trevor Climans in the 2C. Row 3, it's Dylan Conley in the 6 car. Scott Foster in the 22S. Row 3, Haley Gomez in the 38H and Ryan Smith in the 250. And Chuck Golden in the 112 at the back of the pack. Smith in heat race 3A led a good portion of that race, and on the white flag lap, something happened. He suddenly, I don't know if he thought the race was over, but crossed the start-finish line with the white flag and suddenly slowed going into turn number 1 and lost a few positions. And that let Trevor Climans take home the win. Give him the 1 to go signal. Going to start next time by for heat race 3B. Coming around to the green flag this time by Casey Keller, Trevor Climans, row 1, row 2, Dylan Conley, Jeff Foster, row 3, Haley Gomez, Ryan Smith, row 4, Chuck Golden, Chucky out the back, green flag in the air. Trevor Climans on the high side, Casey Keller on the low side. Climans going to use that high side. Coming up off turn number 2, the grab to lead. Keller tries to dive down into turn number 3, trying to work that low line. Not enough grip down there. Falls in line in second, about 2 car lengths back now from Trevor Climans. Third is Scott Foster. Fourth, it is Ryan Smith. As Casey Keller looks underneath Trevor Climans, coming up off turn number 4. Nothing doing. Goes down into turn number 1. Not quite close enough, able to make a move. He is trying everything he can, dive bombing into the turns, losing that low line right down along the tires almost. That car just won't stick coming up off the turn. He just doesn't have enough momentum. As the high side momentum is paying off. Down the back stretch, here comes Casey Keller once again inside. This time he has a much better run through 3 and 4. He's going to hold even side by side at the line. Still Trevor Climans. Can he dive into turn number 1 deeper? He does a little bit, but slides up the hill, and now he's going to lose a bunch of ground to Trevor Climans as he falls back in line 2 car lengths back, dives again into turn number 3. Casey Keller trying that low line each and every time into the turn. And Climans drives off with a better run down the straightaways. But here comes Keller once again, and once again trying in turn number 2. That turn number 2 low side just not holding the way Casey Keller needs it to. If he can get it to hold the way turn 4 does, as I say that, Keller makes the pass. Climans crosses over, coming up off turn number 4. Now Trevor Climans is on the low side. Casey Keller on the high side. That high side pays off for Keller this time. Coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Trevor Climans. Casey Keller all by himself. Still stays low in that 38 car. White flag is out. One more time around. Trevor Climans trying to catch back up with him, but now he is losing a lot of ground. Almost into the fence off turn number 2. Here comes Scott Foster trying to reel him in. As Casey Keller has checked out once he got around Trevor Climans. Checkered flag is out. Casey Keller with the win. Trevor Climans second. Scott Foster third. Ryan Smith fourth. Fifth is going to be Haley Gomez. Sixth, Dylan Conley, and seventh is going to be Chucky Golden. Last lap of 15:86 on the stopwatch. 85.120 miles an hour. Let's send it down to Joe with our interview with Casey Keller.
Down here at heat race number 3 winner, Casey, fantastic battle you had going on with their 2C machine, but you were able to pick up the win.
Yeah, man, I love racing Trevor. Me and him race so good together. Hard racing, clean racing, it's fun.
Alrighty, there you have it. The 38 machine of Casey Keller.
Casey Keller winning heat race 3B for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. Up next, Modifieds. Heat race 1B, where Jim Pettit took home the win last time. Starting lineup looks like this. Buddy Niss started out back last time. He gets a start on the point this time in the 19K. 2 is outside Justin Yeager in that 2Y. Row 2, Brent Kern in the 132 and Jesse Bailey in the 68 outside row 2. Row 3 is Paul Stone in the 66P and Jim Pettit the second in 6. Then the 6 car. And inside row 4, it's a 17 of Quick Nick DiCarlo starting out back. DiCarlo, fast qualifier tonight. In that 17 car, after he had the only one qualifying lap after his transponder didn't work in his assigned section, so he had to come back out at the end and only got 1 lap and able to take home fast qualifier for tonight. Thanks for coming out on this beautiful Friday for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Don't forget, more racing tomorrow night with the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial. Night number 2, the IMCA Modifieds, IMC Northern Sports Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars rounding out the racing action. Next Saturday, we're going racing with the Donna Stories, Larry DeMinch, Chet Thompson Memorial Races. It's also Hall of Fame night with the hobby stocks, the super stocks, the wingless sprint cars, the hard tops, and the 600 micro sprints. All next Saturday, the 9th of October. Donna Stories, Larry DeMinch, Chet Thompson Memorial Races, and Hall of Fame night. All next Saturday, October 9th. An open practice coming up on October 13th. And then these same cars will be back on October 16th for the modified, sports modifieds, and the stock cars of the IMCA version on October 16th. Dwarf Car Mania Dwarf Car Mania 2 coming up on Friday and Saturday, October 22nd and 23rd. And, of course, our big hobby stock event, the 29th and 30th of October. And talk more about them in a little bit. Right now, Heat Race 1B for the IMCA Modifieds. Buddy Niss and Justin Yeager on the front row. Row 2 is Brent Curran and Jesse Bailey. Row 3, Paul Stone and Jim Pettit. Row 4, Nick DiCarlo. Coming around, hopefully give him the one to go signal this time by. All Spec Sheet Metal, proud sponsor here of this weekend's racing action, along with Samantha Harper. Hops Motorsports out of Oregon. Montalvo Motorsports, Frost family, the Vieira family. Southern County Lubricants, Josh Combs and his 1-2 reps. All sponsoring West Coast Nationals, Bill Bauer Memorial Evenings of Racing. Lights still on. Got some debris on the back straightaway, I'm hearing. So looking at the schedule for there's been a change on the Dwarf Car Mania. The limited late models, crate late models have been added to Friday night the 22nd. And the hobby stocks have been added on the 23rd, along with the MWR Midgets to finish their main event that started last week before that terrible crash with Slay down the back straightaway. He did have surgery earlier this week. Had to fuse 3 vertebrae together. In good spirits, from what I hear, already talking about getting the car back together, or getting a car back together and getting out there. BCRA Midgets will also be here on the 23rd. Again, main events only. And then 2-day show, the Cocoa Farms Pacific Coast Nationals Hobby Stocks. 2-day show coming up on the 28th, 29th, 30th, 28th Open Practice Barbecue Cornhole Tournament. And 29th, the Hobby Stocks will be joined by the IMCA Stock Cars. And on the 30th, the Hobby Stocks, $5,000 to win, $200 to start for the Hobby Stocks. Unheard of. Biggest payout in U.S. history, what we've been able to find out. The IMCA Stock Cars will be here along with the limited late models, crate late models. That is on the 30th of October, our last regular season race before we take some time off. And then come back on Friday and Saturday after Turkey Day. Turkey Nights number 1 and 2, weather permitting. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Right now, we're coming around to the green flag for Heat Race 1B for the IMCA Modified. Green flag in the air. Buddy Niss on the points. Yellow flag is out. That yellow and red flag, that means total restart. Bob is calling that one back. So I'll have a minute to tell you about the November 26th, Wingless Sprint Cars will be in the house. Wing Sprint Cars, the Hobby Stocks, and the Mini Stocks will all be here. And on November 27th, the final race of 2021, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Hobby Stocks all in action for Turkey Night number 2. Second annual Turkey Days, Turkey Nights, here at Antioch Speedway, of course, weather permitting. Got a push truck leaving, heading back to the pits. Lights out. We're going green flag racing. Going to try it again. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway to turn number 1, Buddy Niss. On the point, Brent Curran tried to get underneath Justin Yeager. That car suddenly pushed up the hill in turn number 2, and he got into the 68 car of Jesse Bailey. Sending Bailey back a little bit. Now Curran's back into that second to the last spot with Jim Pettit back there. After Pettit started outside row number 3, winner of Heat Race 1A. Buddy Niss crosses the line. Putting lap number 2 in the books. 6 laps remain. Paul Stone there in the second spot in that 66P. One car, Justin Yeager, getting all kinds of squirrely over there in turn number 2. He falls to the back of the pack. Luckily wasn't hit by Jesse Bailey. He pulls it to the infield. Something wrong with the 2Y car. Here comes Paul Stone, dives into turn number 3, taking a shot at the lead of Buddy Niss, but Niss on that high side, even though he was rim riding at that time, rear end almost on into the turn 4 wall as he was sliding it sideways. Able to hold off Paul Stone. Stone now going into turn number 3 in his tracks. Buddy Niss enters lower that time. Saw what Paul Stone did that last lap and decided to run a lower line, I think, in blocking. So Stone goes to the high side, coming up off turn number 2. Side by side down the back straightaway. The high side has been the place to be all night long. Buddy Niss trying to hold him off, but Paul Stone's going to use that high side to drive around. New leader, Paul Stone on the point. Buddy Niss second, Nick DiCarlo up to the 3rd spot. Brent Kern 4th, Jesse Bailey and Jim Pettit 4, 5, and 6. White flag is out for Paul Stone. One more time around this 3/8 mile semi-high banked oval here in Antioch, California. As Paul Stone goes down the back straightaway, enters turn number 3 loaded, trying to block. He's not sure how close anybody is. As checkered flag comes out, Paul Stone with the win. Buddy Niss second, Nick DiCarlo 3rd. Brent Kern is going to get 4th, Jesse Bailey 5th, and Jim Pettit will get that 6th spot. As Paul Stone heads down to victory lane, let's go down to Joe Peterson.
Here with the 66P machine of Paul Stone, picking up his heat race win. Paul, you were able to flex your muscle on the top side of the racetrack and get by the 19 machine and pick up the heat race win. Any changes you think you need to make for future time?
Yeah, I need to be a little younger. No, it was fun. I got to do a little more work on the car, see if I can't get through the bumps a little bit better. But we'll be ready for the main.
Alrighty, there you have it. The 66P machine of Paul Stone.
Paul Stone, winner. Heat race 1B here tonight for the IMCA Modifieds. Heat race 2B looks like this. Bobby Motts Jr. He's a scratch for tonight. He was scheduled to start on the point. That's going to move Raymond Lindman up to the pole position. Jeff Brown will start second outside the front row in the 228. Row 2 will be Paul Guglielmone in the 22G and Bobby Hogue the 4th in the 2H. Row 3 is going to be Tricky Troy Folger and Kellen Chadwick. Starting lineup for heat race number 2. All right, get your race cards out. We're going to do another number here. Could be our last number of the night. And that number under the letter O is number 61. 061, our next number, 061. Again, you can check all the numbers for Race O on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. Going to pack just a little bit before we go green flag racing for heat race 2B. Work in a little bit of that high side. Going to have an even more beautiful Saturday for racing tomorrow. If you're able to make it out, come on out for the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars for night 2 of the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Races. If for some unbeknownst reason you can't be here, well, check it out on Antioch Speedway TV. Slide on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv on your web browser and subscribe for all of the racing action. Two more heat races for tonight. before we get into our main events. Raymond Lindman on the point. Jeff Brown outside the front row. Paul Guglielmone, Bobby Hogue to fourth. Row 2, row 3, Troy Folger and Kellen Chadwick. Gonna go around another time. So again, next weekend we got the Donna Stories, Larry DeMinch, Chet Thompson Memorial Races and Hall of Fame night. Got a full boat of stuff going on next week with the Hobby Stocks, the Super Stocks, the Wingless Sprint Cars, Hard Tops, and the 600 Micro Sprints all next Saturday here at Antioch Speedway. 5 divisions of racing and Hall of Fame. Gonna double them up. Heat race 2. IMCA Modifieds. Raymond Lindman, Jeff Brown. Row 1. Paul Guglielmone, Bobby Hogue the fourth. Row 2. Troy Folger, Kellen Chadwick. Row 3. Bobby Mott Jr. scheduled to start on the point scratch for the night. Green flag in the air. Raymond Lindman gets down to turn number 1 and gets out in front. But here he's got Bobby Hogue right at his rear bumper coming up off turn number 2. Hogue dives into turn number 3 underneath him. He's going to make a pass for the lead, and it's going to take him less than a lap to get that lead away after starting back in the 4th spot. But Raymond Lindman saying, I'm not going to let you get away with that. He tried diving into turn number 1, and that car just kind of a stop at turn number 2. He's now fighting Kellen Chadwick, who started dead last in this field for second after 2 laps. Battle for second down at turn number 1. Kellen Chadwick on the high side. Hadn't been out of a race car for 2 months after doing some house selling and stuff. Jeff Brown spins in turn number 2. Gets it straightened out and keeps on going. That battle for second coming up off turn number 4 as Bobby Hogue's pulling away by 1.204 seconds right now. As Raymond Lindman trying to hold off Kellen Chadwick. Chadwick on the high side, Lindman on the low side. Down the back stretch into turn number 3. That low side is getting faster and faster. People aren't able to walk away quite as easy on the high side when Kellen Chadwick finally gets around him. He gets down to turn number 1 first. Raymond Lindman falls in line in that 3rd spot. Now Chadwick's starting to pull away as he now sets his sights on trying to catch up with Bobby Hogue. As Hogue has a problem in turn number 4, he bobbles a little bit. That allows Kellen Chadwick to close in just a little bit. Now it's only 0.745 second lead for Bobby Hogue back to Kellen Chadwick. Chadwick down the backstretch into turn number 3, goes low. Hogue is going high, coming around 2 to go. This time by for this 8-lap heat race for heat race number 2 for the IMCA Modifieds. Battle for third is Tricky Troy gets underneath Raymond Lindman, trying to get around him for that 3rd spot. As they're coming around to the white flag for Bobby Hogue. Up off turn number 4. He's stretching it out once again over Kellen Chadwick after that bobble in turn number 4. Folger gets around Raymond Lindman. Coming up off turn number 4, down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Lindman tries to cross over, nothing doing, as our leader, the 2H of Bobby Hogue, takes home the win. Kellen Chadwick second. Tricky Troy Folger third. Raymond Lindman fourth. 5th is going to be Paul Guglielmone. As he comes around 6th is going to be Jeff Brown.
Picking up his heat race win. Bobby, you had a good heat race in your first heat race. You won your second heat race. Any changes you think you need to make to this car for the future now?
We're just going to have to watch it. I still don't feel quite comfortable in the rough. This thing was real good at Ocean in the slick. Track's probably going to burn up a little bit more. We're just going to have to make some quick decisions. Maybe just prep some tires and see what we got.
Alrighty, there you have it. The 2H machine in the Rage chassis. Give it up for Bobby Hogue, the 4th.
Heat race number 3 for the MC Modifieds, our final heat race of the night. Getting ready to roll out. Sean Wilson scheduled to start on the point. Terry DiCarlo Jr. in the 7X scheduled to start outside the front row. Mickey Hill inside row number 2 in the 55 car. Row 3 will be Rick Diaz in the 714. Row 3, Randy Schaefer in the 22 and Aaron Crowell in the 29C. Scheduled to start at the back of the pack. Crowell taking home the win in heat race 3A. Lights still on. See if they come around. I think they're going to get the 1 to go signal this time by. After this, we'll have a brief intermission before we go main event racing. One to go signal at the starter stand. Fabulous Bob holding that finger in the air. That flag in the air. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by. Sean Wilson on the point. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1 on the high side. Terry DiCarlo Jr. takes advantage. Rick Diaz falls in line in second. Sean Wilson, who started on the point, falls back right now, running for third. As Rick Diaz has a bobble in the middle of 3 and 4. He runs up the racetrack 4 wide almost, coming up off turn number 4. As Terry DiCarlo Jr. pulling away right now. Wilson still having trouble in that 7 car, coming up off turn number 2. That car not handling the way he wants it right now. Diaz has reeled back in Terry DiCarlo Jr. Crosses over, gets underneath him, coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Crowell up there in the 3rd spot. Rick Diaz right down on the bottom of the racetrack, makes the pass as DiCarlo Jr. crosses over, gets to the inside, coming up off turn number 4. Diaz is the leader at the line. DiCarlo falls back into second. He's now falling into the hands of Aaron Crowell. Crowell underneath it, coming up off turn number 4. Battle for second as Diaz still on the point by himself. DiCarlo, Aaron Crowell, side by side up off turn number 2. High side gives DiCarlo a little more momentum down the back straightaway. Gets into turn number 3. One car on his roof over at turn number 4, or turn number 3. Mickey Hill got into that tire and just kind of slowly rolled over on the end of the back straightaway. Driver is okay.
Making my way over here really quick to the 55 of Mickey Hill. It looks like they're talking to him inside the race car. Still, he's inside the race car. Looks like they're going to try to get this thing flipped over. I see movement in the driver's seat, so hopefully the 55 of Mickey Hill okay.
Going to have to get that car rolled back on its lid. Or excuse me, off its lid onto its wheels. Driver is okay.
Got word really quick by one of the officials that Mickey Hill is okay. Inside the 55 machines, you see they're flipping over the race car at the moment.
Working on getting that car on its wheels, lowering it slowly. Mickey Hill going down the back straightaway, getting into that tire, protecting the cars from the wall down there, just slowly rolling over. Car's on its wheels. Hopefully able to get that car put back together and get it back out here tomorrow night, if not tonight. Mickey Hill rolling it over there in turn number 3 on the entrance of the turn. Camera just caught the very end of that incident. That's right after he hit that tire and started rolling over. Nice easy roll. Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, our title sponsor, as always. 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley is their address. Give them a call at 925-779-0707. They're the best marine repair shop around, and you can get a 5% discount if you tell them you heard it at Antioch Speedway or on Antioch Speedway TV. Their number is 925-779-0707, 925-779-0707. Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. Pacific Coast General Engineering, another track sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. 925-252-0214 is their phone number. Again, 925-252-0214. Pacific Coast General Engineering. General Plumbing Supply Company for all your plumbing supply needs. Head on over to Brentwood, California, where General Plumbing Supply Company is located. Their number is 925-634-6660. 925-634-6660. Gawley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care, weed spraying, pest services, and their number is 925-634-1255, 925-634-1255. Macaulay Agricultural and Pest Services. And I want to say thanks to them for signing on to the Cocoa Farms Pacific Coast Nationals Hobby Stock event coming up at the end of the month. C&J Favalora Trucking out of Martinez, California, another proud sponsor. C&J Favalora Trucking in Martinez, California. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines. They do foreign and domestic transmissions. They do standard. They do auto. They do rear differentials, transfer cases, and they do drive lines. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch. 925-754-1870. 925-754-1870. Delta Transmissions, Delta Drive Lines. And, of course, Cocoa Farms, our latest sponsor. Located in the heart of Contra Costa County in Antioch, California, Cocoa Farms is open 7 days a week and is committed to providing an unparalleled cannabis dispensary experience. With over 500 different products available, we have something for every type of consumer. Cocoa Farms, Antioch, California. Got some oil and stuff to clean up on the track over there after that car rolled. work on getting the lineup set as well. Lineup set. Rick Diaz in the 714. On the point, second is the 7X of Terry DiCarlo. Aaron Crowell in the third spot with Randy Schaefer in the fourth spot. And Sean Wilson rounding out the top five. A little bit more over there in turn number 3 before we turn them back loose. That is a turn-in point if you're entering the turn high. Getting set for more racing action. Finishing up heat races here tonight for night number 1. West Coast Nationals. Bill Bowers Memorial Race. Going to double them up on the front straightaway. Go back to Green Flag Racing. Lights out, going Green Flag Racing this time by. 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway done to this 8-lap heat race. Green flag in the air. Up off turn number 4. Rick Diaz on the point. Down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Aaron Crowell working his way around Terry DiCarlo Jr. Put Aaron Crowell up into the second spot. Here comes Terry DiCarlo. He's not going to give it up. And he's trying to hold off Randy Schaefer at the same time. Schaefer drives around underneath Terry DiCarlo. And so DiCarlo drops from second to fourth in 1 lap on the way back to Green Flag. Rick Diaz doing double duty tonight. Modified and the stock car coming up off turn number 4. 2 to go this time by. Rick Diaz, Aaron Crowell, Randy Schaefer, Terry DiCarlo, and Sean Wilson. Your running order right now. As Rick Diaz coming up off turn number 4, slips up in the middle of 3 and 4 once again. Sees the white flag one more time around. He's got a 1.023 second lead over Aaron Crowell in that 29C. Crowell running the low line. One of the few cars running down there all by themselves. Trying to make up some ground. That high side overall seems to be working better. And now Rick Diaz takes on the win for heat race 3B. Aaron Crowell second. Sean Wilson up to the third spot. Terry DiCarlo Jr. fourth. Randy Schaefer rounding out the top 5.
Our third and final heat race winner in the modifieds rolls over here, pit side. The 714 machine. Rick Diaz picking up the win. Looks like this car is coming to you as the car rolls through the night.
Yeah, the car's pretty good. I just got to get it back out of the track. It's banging. The front end's hitting the ground too hard. So we'll tune on it a little bit and go see what we can do in the main event.
Alrighty, there you have it. Quietly spoken, the 714 machine, Rick Diaz picking up the heat race win.
With that, we're going to take a brief intermission. And when we come back, main events. I think we're doing some redraws as well. Don't go away. Here on Antioch Speedway TV and here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for coming out on this beautiful Saturday night for racing. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or former member of the military, thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. Going to bring out Lee Greenwood for tonight's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. Lee Greenwood with tonight's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. All right. Heat races are over. Star Spangled Banner is done. That means we are getting set for main events. IMCA Stock Cars, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and IMCA Modifieds all getting ready for their main events coming up. Here for the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Races here at Antioch Speedway on this beautiful Friday night. Allspec Sheet Metal, proud sponsor here for this weekend's activities, along with Samantha Harper. Thanks to Samantha. Hops Motorsports. Montalvo Motorsports, another proud sponsor. The Frost family. The Briera family, also a proud sponsor of this weekend's activities, along with Southern County Lubricants. And Josh Combs and the 1-2 Wraps. Congratulations to Josh and Jessica Combs for the birth of their daughter 2 days ago. Mom and baby doing well. Big sisters enjoying the baby. Saw Jessica down at Ocean Speedway last weekend. Bouncing around the pits as Josh raced in the Pettit Memorial, or excuse me, the Pettit Shootout. IMCA Stock Car main event getting ready to come out. You can find all the lineups on My Race Pass if you don't have My Race Pass yet. Slide on over to your app store and look up My Race Pass. It is a free app. There are some paid things you can get on it, such as live timing and scoring, but you can get lineups, finishing orders, point standings, and schedules all for free on My Race Pass. $14 cars getting ready to start the IMCA Stock Car main event. Thanks again for coming out for this first night, night one, of this special two-night show, the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Race. I want to say thanks to the DNF crew down in the infield. The white Bronco, the Jeeps that run around here. These fine folks bring their vehicles out, volunteer, and help out. I want to give a big shout out to the DNF crew. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. Also, all the officials in the infield. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand, the only dancing flag man I know. We're going to get him to dance before the end of the year. Andrea, timing and scoring. Thank you very much, Andrea. Rich, our race director. My broadcast partner down in the infield tonight, Joe Peterson. I'm Wiley Wade, and I want to say thanks to you, all the fans in the stands here at Antioch Speedway. And thank you to all you tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Big shout out to our track sponsors, Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley. Their number is 925-779-0707. They'll give you a 5% discount if you say you heard it at Antioch Speedway or on Antioch Speedway TV. Pacific Coast General Engineering, their number 925-252-0214. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services, lawn and tree care, weed spraying, pest services. Their number is 925-634-1255. Also, C&J Favalora Trucking in Martinez, California, another proud sponsor here. Delta Transmission and Delta Drivelines. They do foreign and domestic, standard and auto transmissions, rear differentials, transfer cases, and drivelines at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch. Their number 925-754-1870. And, of course, would be remiss if I didn't mention our newest sponsor, Coco Farms. Located in the heart of Contra Costa County in Antioch, California, Coco Farms is open 7 days a week and is committed to providing an unparalleled cannabis dispensary experience. With over 500 different products available, we have something for every type of consumer. Coco Farms, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway, including sponsoring our big hobby stock race coming up on October 29th and 30th. Into this month, it is the Coco Farms Pacific Coast Nationals. The biggest payout for a hobby stock race that we've been able to find ever in the United States. $5,000 to win. You make the main event, you get at least $200 start money. A lot of places, that's more money than you get to win. It's going to be a fun event. A lot of hobby stocks. Hearing from hobbies all over the western half of the United States talking about coming. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a great time that weekend. The 29th and 30th of October. You don't want to miss it. Weekend before that is Dwarf Car Mania number 2. We did this the first time last year, 2-night show for the Dwarf Cars. They have a format they do for their national event, and we do it different on the Dwarf Car Mania. It's kind of fun for them to do something a little different on the format. Next weekend, don't forget, we got the Donna Stories, Larry DeMintz, and Chet Thompson Memorial Races. Hobby stocks are going to be here. The super stocks, the wingless sprint cars, the hard tops, and the 600 micro sprints. All coming next Saturday for the Donna Stories, Larry DeMintz, Chet Thompson Memorial Races, and also Hall of Fame night, October 9th, Saturday. If you can't be here for some unbeknownst reason, you can see it all on Antioch Speedway TV. We'll have an open practice on October 13th. Hopefully be out here with my little mini stock. Getting ready for the last race of the year. On October 16th, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, and the IMCA Stock Cars. All the cars is here tonight. A lot of them will be back on the 16th of October. Talked about Dwarf Car Mania the 22nd and 23rd of October. I talked about the Coco Farms Pacific Coast Nationals on the 29th and 30th. I've not talked about the November 26th and 27th Turkey Night. Turkey Night 1, Turkey Night 2 on night number 1, the 26th, Friday night, the day after Thanksgiving. We'll have the wingless sprint cars, the wing sprint cars, the hobby stocks, and the mini stocks all making their final race of the year. Except for the hobbies, they get to come back the next night. On the 27th, it'll be the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the hobby stocks all on Saturday night, the 27th of November, rounding out our 2021 season. And it's going to be a lot of great racing action. Of course, that's weather providing. Might get into some rain on that time of the year, but hope not. Go racing after Thanksgiving before we shut things down for a little bit. Take some time off. And you'll have to keep an eye on the website at www.antiochspeedway.com to see. We'll have a New Year's race of some kind on the 1st or 2nd. Have heard nothing official, just purely speculation on my part. Coming up. Our full schedule, we normally kick things off. We'll start practices mid-February, mid to late February, and racing season, the 2nd or 3rd Saturday in March is when we kick things off. And then we race basically every weekend through the end of October. I think we took off one Saturday this year. That was the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, we've been at it pretty hard for this 2021 season. And like you just said, I can't believe 2021 coming to a close. We're already October 1st here. I mean, oh my. You've been having a lot of fun up here in the booth, commentating with the races. I've been down there track side, getting to interview some of the drivers, and I'm excited. Night number one, we've seen some fantastic, what's the word I want to use? Crazy kind of heat races for sure, but I think these main events are going to be spectacular. The track's really starting to come in. They're trying to roll in the top, get this thing going, get it multi-lane around this speedway here at Antioch Speedway. I was down there trackside. This track still has a lot of moisture. Obviously, we're coming down to the later months of summer, so track still has some moisture, but it's going to be some fantastic racing.
I want to go back to Sport Mod Heat Race B2 or 2B, however you want to talk it. I have never, in all my years of doing this, seen where there's a incident on the track that involved every single car on the track. There were 5 cars. It started, the first 2 hit, then the second hit the third hit the fourth spun out and hit the 5th. That was just a big domino from 1st to 5th. Involved every car on the racetrack at that point.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate events obviously went back there trackside. We've seen some guys really touching up. Todd Gomez, the 38A, has a lot of damage on his machine. I've seen the 127. They're thrashing on that machine. Fred Ryland, we've seen him on the tow hook as well. Something, usually Fred Ryland very dominant out here at the Antioch Speedway. He was thrashing on the race car. And like we said, that's not something you want to be doing on night number 1 of 2 for this type of event. So, hopefully these guys are able to get their cars fixed and, like I said, get out here for this main event.
A lot of work going on. Normally night 1 is a little calmer than night 2, so I can only imagine what's going to happen tomorrow night in our West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial event here at Antioch Speedway. Can't wait. It's going to be a great time. Getting ready for IMCA Stock Cars. The IMCA Stock Cars coming out. 14 cars scheduled to take the green flag. And I don't think I've ever seen a bad IMCA Stock Car race.
Yeah, most definitely. Once you get a bunch of these guys on the racetrack, I mean, it does get very, very exciting. As you can hear the rumble of those cars over there as they're getting set to come out pit entrance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, starting lineup for our IMCA Stock Cars looks like this. On the points, out of San Jose, California, in a 1 car, it's Joe Gallagher. Outside the front row, Chad Johnson out of Bakersfield, California, in a 111.
Second row is going to be the 74 machine out of Los Banos. It's going to be Rick Diaz. Into his outside in the 78 machine, the driver out of Rio Vista. It's going to be Jason Robles.
Nicholas Johnson out of Bakersfield, California, in the 1N starts 5th. 6th, Lauren DeArmond out of Lemoore, California, in the 7D.
Fourth row is going to be the 44 machine, the Chowchilla native. It's going to be Austin Van Hoff. And to his outside is going to be the 8G, the driver out of Antioch. It's going to be Dan Gonerman.
Travis Dutra out of Martinez, California, starts in the 9th spot. And to his outside will be Jason Jennings out of Pittsburgh, California.
6 rows is going to be that 15A machine. That's Dave Hill. Into his outside is going to be the X machine. The driver out of Pirundale is going to be Jim Pettit, the second.
Last row fast, Freddie Ryland out of Brentwood, California in the 7J, and to his outside, Kellen Chadwick out of Oakley in the 87 car. That's your starting lineup for the IMCA Stock Car main event here tonight. A great night of racing we're getting set for here for the main events. As they come around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Give it up for the IMCA Stock Cars. Coming around to the green flag, Joe Gallagher on the point. Green flag in the air. Gallagher down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Chad Johnson to his outside. Johnson goes high a little bit. Rick Diaz gets underneath. 3 wide down the back straightaway into turn number 3 for the lead. Joe Gallagher, though, spins out in front of the field. Touches Chad Johnson a little bit. 1, 2, 3. Travis Dutra got involved.
Stacked up Waffle House sitting over there in turn number 4.
Jason Jennings.
Fred Ryland, Jason Jennings, the 15A of Dave Hill, Lauren DiArmond, and Joe Gallagher just looping it out in front of the field. Oh my. Fantastic battle we had going on down the back straightaway between Rick Diaz, Joe Gallagher, and Chad Johnson before that whole incident going down.
He just looped it all on his own there in the middle. In the middle of 3 and 4. Joe Gallagher in that 1 car. I'm thankful he wasn't just plastered being at the front of the field.
Yeah, spinning out like that in front of the field is always one of those scary incidents, especially on the start of the race. Luckily, everybody was come up to a halt and not really too much damage on any of these race cars on that first incident.
Say we got lucky on that one. Just some people falling to the back now. Lineup getting set by Andrea. We did not get a lap in, so it should be somewhat of a restart. A little work done, Joe, and during intermission on the racetrack, so a little different than the last time they were on the track.
Yeah, they tried to rip off that cushion and give these drivers multi-lane racetrack, and so far I think it's doing pretty good. As we've seen a 3-car battle, 3-wide battle down the back straightaway coming off of 2. Hopefully we see some more action like that in this 20-lap feature, as you said. Not a lap being listed in the books yet, so looks like... Oh, a lap did get in. My mistake. Rick Diaz, driver out of Los Banos, leading the field. And I tell you, Rick Diaz is a driver I've been eyeballing all night, running 2 divisions, running the stock car and the modified. The driver out of Los Banos, mostly we see him down at the Merced Speedway, coming up here, and he's flexing his muscle here this weekend.
Running well in both classes. Lights out, bringing him around to the green flag. So it's Rick Diaz, Nicholas Johnson, Chad Johnson, 1, 2, and 3. Austin Van Hoff fourth. Fifth is Jason Robles. Bringing around, starting to pick up the speed in the middle of 3 and 4. Texas style restart. Green flag in the air. Rick Diaz at the line. Has about a car length lead over the second place of the 1N of Nicholas Johnson. To the high side is the 111 of Chad Johnson. They go side by side into turn number 3. Everyone's clearing through turns 3 and 4. Lap number 2 in the books. Rick Diaz on the point.
Rick Diaz on the point. Looks like he's starting to pull away from the Johnson boys. Here comes the Rio Vista native, 78 of Jason Robles. He's on the bumper of the 1N of Nicholas Johnson. Oh, side-by-side battle all through the field, man. This is what we came to see. This is what you paid your lunch money for. Rick Diaz still out front. And it looks like Nicholas Johnson tries to cross over. Jason Robles still right there on the back bumper. Here comes Austin Van Hoff. He's catfishing on the bottom of the racetrack coming out of turn 4.
Diaz down to turn number 1 right now. 1.3 second lead already over the Chad Johnson car. Johnson has just a half-second lead over Nicholas Johnson. Nicholas Johnson goes high, Chad Johnson goes low through turns 3 and 4, but Chad goes up the hill in the middle of the turn. As right now, the first side-by-side battle is for the 4th place, Dan Gonerman and Austin Van Hoff, while now put Austin Van Hoff on the inside, for 4th now with Jason Robles as they go down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
And a midway field battle we have brewing between Jason Robles, the X-Machine of Jim Pettit, Austin Van Hoff, and Fred Ryland. Fred Ryland starting in the tail end of the field, and here comes the 22, Travis Dutra, making his way through the field, trying to get by the 44 machine, the Chowchilla native. Austin Van Hoff, he tags the bumper of the X-Machine. Looks like Joe Gallagher and the 15A machine of Dave Hill touching and tagging each other still.
Rick through the infield over in turn number 2.
Yes.
After beating and banging.
Rick Diaz still holding it down as we close in 8 laps down now. 12 still to go in this 20-lap feature. And it's a crisscross move for the Johnsons in the 111 of Cody Johnson and Nicholas Johnson as they are battling for a second.
Chad Johnson on the high side, Nicholas Johnson on the low side. Right now, side by side through turns 3 and 4. Chad goes up the hill just a little bit, gets up over the one car, spins around Jason Robles in turn number 2, right in front of Fast Freddie Ryland. And yellow flag comes out for Jason Robles, losing it turn number 2.
Want to make a correction on that. I did say Cody Johnson. I meant to say Chad Johnson, my mistake. But yes, Jason Robles, fantastic run. And it just all comes down to an end. And that almost 2-second lead that Rick Diaz had is going to come to an end as well.
Want to give a shout out to the Hulkster and just stomp on it, Bob. Camera guys down in front of us. Thank you both very much for all your hard work. Taking a look. Watching the video right now to see if we can see what happened. One of the nice things, if you're here, you can still watch the stream.
The 1 to go signal by Fabulous Bob. 9 laps in the books. Still 11 to go. Can Rick Diaz hold off the Johnsons? Or does the X-Machine of Jim Pettit break through and pick up a stock car win? Or can the 22 machine of Travis Dutra make his way through and pick up a win? Lights are out. Rick Diaz leads them into 3. As he's going to be seeing the green flag, and he woes up to the bottom of the racetrack. Green flag is out from the 74 machine. Once again, he goes to the bottom side of the racetrack. There goes Nicholas Johnson. He's going to try to cross over. He's side by side down the back straightaway. Oh, Rick Diaz pushes up to the bottom of the racetrack, but they're going to come to the line. Oh, give the lead now to the 1-in machine of Nicholas Johnson. Oh, they beat and they bang as they go into 1. Here comes Travis Dutra. Oh, my. my! Travis Dutra, where did he come from?
Halfway done, 10 down, 10 to go. Nicholas Johnson on a point. Rick Diaz, Travis Dutra, but put Travis Dutra up in the second spot as they cross the line. Give you a rundown. Travis Dutra, Rick Diaz third, Chad Johnson fourth, Jim Pettit fifth, Fast Freddie Ryland sixth, Austin Van Hoff seventh, Dan Garderman eighth, Lauren Diarman ninth, Joe Gallagher 10th, 11th, Jason Jennings, Jason Robles 12th, 13th, Kellen Chadwick, and Dave Hill round out your field as they put another lap in the books. 12 down, 8 to go in this 20-lap main event.
Jim Pettit flexing his muscle now as he's trying to do battle with the 7J machine of Fred Ryland. Fred Ryland breaks through down the back straight. Nicholas Johnson now has that leading. He is trying to pull away. It looks like Travis Dutra is actually closing in on the 1N machine. As you see down the back straightaway, no, Rick Diaz tried to throw a slider all the way across the nose of the 111 machine, and it is a 4-car battle for that third place position. Oh my! Chad Johnson, the third place car. There goes Rick Diaz as he's going to try to rip the lip of the racetrack. He's going to be your third place car in that 74 machine.
Diaz losing ground after leading early in this race. Right now, though, Nicholas Johnson, Travis Dutra pulling away by almost 2 seconds over Rick Diaz, as Diaz has his hands full with multiple cars, but now the 111 of Chad Johnson has a problem in the middle of turn number 2. He pushes up the hill, loses a bunch of ground to Jim Pettit, who spins again, once again at turns 3 and 4, right in front of Chad Johnson. Johnson gets into him a little bit. Pettit gets it going and stays under green flag, but Pettit once again lifted that left front, and that thing looped around in the middle of 3 and 4 like he did in the heat race earlier today. We are 17 laps in, 3 to go, Joe.
3 to go. Does Travis Dutra have anything for the 1N machine of Nicholas Johnson? Nicholas Johnson, I interviewed him during his heat race. He said this thing is really starting to come alive to him with these track conditions. As now it's going to be 2 to go for the 1N machine as he leads them. Travis Dutra trying to stalk him. There, he's under a second behind. Oh, Jim Pettit, it looks like the yellow's going to have to come out. Jim Pettit stalled over there in turn 4. And yes, oh my, this is going to get good for this restart. As the X machine of Jim Pettit looks like he has a flat tire, bringing out the yellow flag, and that all comes to an end for Nicholas Johnson now, as he is going to have Travis Dutra and Rick Diaz right on his back bumper. It looks like the 44 machine, the Chowchilla native Austin Van Hoff in the infield as well. Looks like he has some trouble. But oh my, we say this all the time, Wiley. Stock car racing here at Antioch Speedway never disappoints.
That's for sure. As what a great race so far. Nicholas Johnson taking over from Rick Diaz, who led about the first half of the race. And then suddenly that car not handling quite the way it was earlier, and he's fallen back to the third spot right now behind Travis Dutra. Nicholas Johnson, Travis Dutra are pulling away. And you can never count Travis Dutra out. He came up from the ninth starting spot right now, running in the second spot with 2 laps remaining. Magic green flag in the air one more time around. We'll go back to green flag racing. A quick green-white checkered shootout. Lights coming back on because trying to get Austin Van Hoff not quite off the racing surface enough. They want to get him. Trying to get the Austin Van Hoff car. Not able to be pushed. Going to have to be on the hook. Jim Pettit, I just heard over the radio, on his way back. As they get Van Hoff put up on the hook. Coming up next, the IMCA Sport Modified for their main event. West Coast Nationals, Bill Bauer Memorial Race. Give him the 1 to go signal. Andrew Pierce getting ready to start on the point for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. Pettit back out. Green-white checker coming up. Here's Joe Peterson with the call.
As Nicholas Johnson leads them coming through 3. Oh, green flag is out. Oh, Rick Diaz goes to the bottom side of the racetrack. He's going to try to slide up. Oh, he gets into the quarter panel of the one-in machine. Travis Dutra gets into the back of the 74. Nicholas Johnson still holding on to the bottom of the racetrack. Travis Dutra up top. Here comes Fred Ryland. White flag out for the one-in machine of Nicholas Johnson. One more time around the circuit. Can he get it done? Oh, my. Down the back straightaway, and he goes into 3. The Bakersfield native wins as he comes across the line. Night number 1 here at the West Coast Nationals Bill Bowers Memorial Race here in the stock cars. The one-in machine of Nicholas Johnson gets it done. Second is going to go to Rick Diaz. Third to Travis Dutra. Fourth is going to go to the 7J machine of Fred Ryland. And rounding out the top 5 is going to be Jason Robles. But fans, give it up for the one-in machine, the driver out of Bakersfield, California. It's going to be Nicholas Johnson.
Nicholas Johnson clears. All right, getting up on the scales. Fast Freddie Ryland clears the scales. He's got to hop from one car to the other at Sport Mod, sitting there in the infield. Thumbs up. Nicholas Johnson clears weight. Bring him around the victory lane. Coming to a stop. A little bit of nose damage. Climbing out. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Nicholas Johnson. Nicholas, come on out front here. We'll get you out in front of your race car. Well, the first half of the race, Nicholas, you had to work your way around or work with against Rick Diaz, and you were finally able to get around him. How'd you do that?
You know, I kind of got into him a little bit. I apologize, but with One Groove Racing, if I showed him the top and he ran it, he was going to leave me. So I was going to throw a slider, and he kind of came down more than I expected, so sorry to him and all his guys. But trying to get past them and Dad, I didn't think that I was going to be able to do it. Watching Dad drive his line, he was driving it really tight, so I just tried to pick my battles where I could, and I got it done.
How fun is it racing against your dad? Do you like that or you not like that?
Oh, I love racing against my family, my brothers, my uncles. We don't go out there to block for each other. We go out there to beat each other because we want the trophy in our house, not their room. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to do it. Mom and Dad, all my uncles, Dylan, Stevie, and Tyler, aunts, Casey, Kirsten, Tina, Wonkum Race Engines. This thing runs. These are the best guys, best people. If you're talking about getting a stock car motor and you don't have them in the picture, you're not trying to win. Gil's Transmission, all it up, RPM, all my family at home. I can't say thank you enough.
Well, congratulations. You win night number 1 of the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial. Got a nice $1,000 check down there as well. So congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nicholas Johnson taking on the win tonight here for the IMCA Stock Cars. IMCA Sport Modifieds getting ready to roll off for their main event. Row 1 looks like this. Andrew Pierce in the 15P. Kid Smooth on the point to the outside. It's the 38 car of Casey Keller.
Second row is going to be the 2C. It's going to be the high side hustler, Trevor Klimans. And to his outside is going to be the 30S machine of Jonathan Hagel.
The 38A of Todd Gomez starts inside row 3. To his outside, Tommy Klimans Jr. in the 19C.
Fourth row is going to be the 250 machine of Ryan Smith. And to his outside is going to be the 27D machine of Nicholas Zapatero.
Jim DiGiovanni in the 275X starts inside row 5. Outside, Tyler Brown in the 325.
Sixth row is going to be the 22X machine of Anthony Slaney. And to his outside is going to be the 7J of Fast Fred Ryland.
Haley Gomez in the 38H starts 13th. 14th, the 82 of Joe Salvi.
Eighth row is going to be the 22S machine of Scott Foster. And to his outside is going to be the 52 machine of Jason Ryan.
Inside row number 9 is the 4M of Emily Van Hoff, and to her outside, Dylan Conley in the 6 car.
10th row is going to be the 2 machine of Kelly Campanelli, and to her outside is going to be the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr.
Out back, it's the 112 of Chuck Golden in the 21st and final starting position. That's your starting lineup for tonight's IMCA Sport Modified main event for the West Coast Nationals.
25 lap Sport Mod feature getting set to get underway. Todd Gomez lurking in the inside of Trevor Klimans. Gonna nudge him a little bit, and he's gonna take that third place. Nicholas Zapatero spun over there in turn 4 as well. Oh my, this is a chaotic main event early with just 8 laps in the books. Andrew Pierce had the car, it looks like, and it all just comes crashing down for the 15P machine.
Now wondering if Gomez has any damage after he hopped. Oh yeah, look at Andrew Pierce. Broken right front suspension. He is done for tonight. He was coming up the hill. Taking a look, coming back on the racetrack. Looking at the video now. Car kind of went squirrely and drove right into the side of Gomez. Watching the video, Pierce came back out on the racetrack after spinning there in turns 1 and 2 and came up, and the car kind of looked like kind of bobbled a little bit, and he went up into the path of Gomez. And Gomez, they wheel hopped. Now breaking the right front suspension of Pierce when that happened. Yellow was actually for Zapatero. But that all started when going down the front straightaway. Pierce had the lead and he had to get on the brakes to avoid a slower car. And then when he came back out, Gomez was there and they wheel hopped. Gomez seems to be okay so far, able to keep going. Nope, just hearing over the radio. 38A, left front flat tire after that incident over there. That is the wheel he would have wheel hopped Pierce with. So Casey Keller is our leader. Yellow was for Nicholas Zapatero. Gomez in the second spot, flat left front tire, but you do not have to have, or it's okay to have a flat left front tire. Lights out, coming to green flag this time by Casey Keller on the point. Todd Gomez second. Trevor Kleiman's in the third spot. Haggio in the fourth spot. Bringing him around, Casey Keller keeping it right on the bottom for this restart. Green flag in the air.
Green flag out in the air. Casey Keller goes to the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Trevor Kleiman ripping the lip of the racetrack. He's side by side down the back straightaway. The 2C's going to get active on the top side of the racetrack. Oh my. But Casey Keller still able to hold on as he catfishing on the bottom side of the racetrack. As they go down the back straightaway, here comes the 250 of Ryan Smith. He's flexing his muscle in his car. He said gets real good when the track starts to slick off. Oh, we got 2 cars tangled up. It looks like the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr. through the infield.
As the leader goes down into turn number 3, Trevor Kleiman's trying to catch up with him. That 127 back out on the racetrack keeps on going. Our leader, 0.983 seconds, almost a full second over Trevor Kleiman's. Todd Gomez sitting there holding on in the third spot with that flat left front tire. As I say that, here comes Ryan Smith to the high side, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Smith in that 250. One car spins around Hagiel right in front of another car. They collide in turn number 3 and 4.
It looks like Tyler Brown, the 325, and it is. Yellow flag back out in the air with just 11 laps in the book.
Hagiel spun on his own.
Yeah, spun on his own. And it looks like a little bit like that left front tire that you were talking about. It looks like it's hindering the 38A machine, Todd Gomez, a little bit as he's going into the turn.
Probably when he gets on the brakes just a little bit to set the car.
Yes.
Some of these cars, you'll actually see that they carry that left front through the turns.
Yeah, but the way the track is and the way Todd's car is set up, he's not able to hike that left front up to get momentum around the corners.
Give you a rundown right now. When the yellow flag came out, this is how they were running. Casey Keller on the point, Trevor Kleiman second, Todd Gomez third, Ryan Smith fourth, though Smith was in the process of passing Gomez. Jonathan Hagial, the cause of this incident, was running fifth at the time with Fast Freddy sixth. Seventh was Tyler Brown. He was also involved in that. Anthony Slaney was running eighth. Ninth was Tommy Climbs, I'm sorry. 10th was Jim DiGiovanni. Jason Ryan Jr. in the 11th spot. Jacob Mallow Jr. in the 12th spot, although he was falling back because he had just had an incident through the infield. Scott Foster, 13th. Haley Gomez was 14th. 15th was Chucky Golan in 112. Dylan Conley, 16th. 17th, Joe Salvi. 18th, Kelly Campanelli. A lap down, Andrew Pierce out, as well as Emily Van Hoff is out. Tyler Brown waving at you with that right side door, sticking way out there. Still running in the top 10 though with that car that way, Joe.
Yeah, lights are out, and we are going to pick this thing back up once again. The 38, Casey Keller, green flag out in the air. And once again, he drops to the bottom side of the racetrack. Trevor Kleiman's trying to get a run side by side down the back straightaway. Here comes Fred Ryland now in that third place position. Todd Gomez still rolling the bottom side of the racetrack. Casey Keller, man, he has some dig coming off of turn 4, and he's able to scooch away from the second place. Trevor Kleiman's in the 2C machine. Once again, Todd Gomez holding his own there in that third place position. Oh, Casey Keller gets a little bit sideways. Todd Gomez and the 2C machine of Trevor Kleiman side by side across the line. They're going to grant that position to the 2C of Trevor Kleiman's. Oh, and it looks like Jim Giovanni leaving the racetrack looks like possibly a flat tire. Still your leader, Casey Keller over Todd Gomez. Trevor Kleiman's, and here comes Anthony Slaney. Anthony Slaney getting in the mix, and oh no! Jacob Mallett Jr. stalled over there in turn 3 and 4. Once again brings out the yellow flag. And it looks like he has a great deal of damage on that front nose of that race car. The youngster, the driver out of Oakley.
Our leader right now, Casey Keller. Class of the field, Todd Gomez, Trevor Kleiman still battling side by side for second before that yellow came out. Gomez running surprisingly well with only 3 out of 4 tires with air in them. Will hold them off. Slaney has worked his way up there and now running a strong 4th position right now with Fast Freddy back in the 5th spot. Waiting to see that is changing back as it revert back to the last lap. 13 of 25 laps done, so put Fast Freddy back up to the 4th spot. Slaney will be in the 5th spot in that 22X. Joe, you were saying Slaney's going to be driving that the rest of the year, you hear?
Yeah, I heard the word that Anthony Slaney will be behind the wheel of the second car owner of Scott Foster, the 22X now machine. Will be behind the wheel of that until they head to Vegas in the super late model this year. So interesting to see what Anthony Slaney can do in a sport mod. Running 5th right now at the moment, so
running well.
Yeah, running pretty well. We've seen the no shame in saying the controversy in the heat race, obviously. So we'll see how that takes place as he moves through the field. But yeah, 22X Anthony Slaney running pretty good, I'd have to say.
Came out last night during practice and got some laps for the first time in that car and worked out well. They did take it back afterward practice last night to kind of set the inside of the car, the cockpit up for him. As the light is still on, they're going to come around to the 1 to go signal this time by. Casey Keller on the point. Trevor Kleiman chooses the high side, puts Todd Gomez down on the low side. Fast Freddy Ryland and the aforementioned Anthony Slaney in row 3. Row 4 is 250 of Ryan Smith, and to his outside, it is Tommy Kleiman's. Row 5, we have got Haley Gomez. She's working her way forward, and the 325 of Tyler Brown. Lights are out, coming around to the green flag. We've got 12 laps remaining in this 25-lap main event here tonight for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. Green flag back in the air. Down the front straightaway, Casey Keller at the line. He's got Trevor Climans trying the high side, working around, getting side by side with him coming up off turn number 2. Can Keller hold him off going down the back straightaway into turn 3? Keller dives in low. Trevor Climans tries to go down and hold him down, but he slips up the hill and loses ground. Casey Keller on the point. Climans now battling Todd Gomez.
Oh, and I was just paying attention to the midfield battle between Tyler Brown, Tommy Climans, and Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith getting squeezed out of 2 positions right now. And we have a 5-car battle for the lead there on the bumper of Casey Keller. Oh my, there goes Fred Ryland, and a yellow flag is out. I believe it is for debris over there in turn 2.
Pierre Debris up there getting hit.
But oh my, the battle for the lead was getting good. I missed it a little bit in the corner of my eye. I'm not sure if Casey Keller had a little bit of a bobble going into 3 or coming off of 4, but oh my, he had a gaggle of them on his tail.
Throw a blanket over him. And see if the video has anything to show us, as they were actually watching the battle behind that you were talking about. So not sure how that happened, but all 5 of those. Well, at that point, Casey Keller's on his out front. Trevor Climans working the high line. Casey Keller working the low line. One to go. Coming around to the green flag. We got 11 laps remaining in this 25-lap main event for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. Casey Keller, Trevor Climans, Todd Gomez, Fast Freddie Ryland, and Anthony Slaney, your top 5. Keller, once again, hugging that bottom, bringing him up off turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Again, Keller just hugging that bottom line. Here comes Trevor Climans, once again trying the high side. Gets a good run up off turn number 2. Out in front of Casey Keller. Climans tries to pinch him off going into turn number 3. And again in the center of the turn, Climans slides up the hill and gives up the ghost and a lot of ground to Casey Keller down the front straightaway.
Yeah, he's just sliding up the racetrack trying to find some grip. But he's ripping the lip of the racetrack right now. The high side hustler. Oh, he dived to the bottom side of the racetrack. All the top 5 cars on the bottom side of the racetrack right now. Casey Keller still leading them out with 10-9 to go now for the 38 machine. And once again, another yellow flag's out. And it looks like the 30 of Jonathan Hagyal, the 325 of Tyler Brown, and the 127. Once again, Jacob Mallett involved in that incident. And looks like we're going to revert back a lap. So when we go green, 10-lap shootout to see who's going to take home a night number 1 Bill Bowers Memorial West Coast National win here in the Sport Mods.
Casey Keller's car is just phenomenal on the very, very bottom of the racetrack.
Yes, magnificent. The way he has that car hooked up. And as we see, Trevor's trying everything. He's throwing everything he can at him. I think Trevor lacks kind of when he slides up across the racetrack. But, yeah, I mean.
He has no problem entering in turn 3 low, but, man, it won't stick when it gets in the center of the turn. That thing just suddenly slides up the hill in a 4-wheel drift.
Yeah, unfortunately. And, but yeah, I want to give kudos also to the 38 machine with that, that flat left rear, and they're hounding him. They're hounding him for that 3rd place position. He still is able to fend it off. Obviously, the yellow flag's helping him out, but Todd Gomez holding on to that bronze medal position, doing really well.
Look at that top 5: Casey Keller, Trevor Climans, Todd Gomez, Fast Freddie Ryland, and Anthony Slaney.
Anthony Slaney, yeah. So I mean,
and then we can't ignore the Ryan Smith back there in the 6th spot. Ryan runs strong when he's here.
Ryan Smith formerly, well, I shouldn't say formerly. Obviously, we see him running the Pro Stock most of the time in that 250 machine behind the wheel of that twisted Evo chassis here in the Sport Mod.
Lights out, going green flag racing. Casey Keller on the point. Trevor Climans chooses the high side, puts Todd Gomez down on the low side. Fast Freddie Ryland, Anthony Slaney in row 3. Coming around, Casey Keller picking up the speed. Hard on the gas, down the front straightaway, Keller. Here comes Climans. Doesn't let Keller get away quite as much that time on that restart. Climans once again trying the high side, trying to get the momentum off the turn. Casey Keller, again, that car just working phenomenally down on the low side in turns 1 and 2. as Clemens again in the middle of 3 and 4 slips up the hill. That car just not sticking down there as 2 cars go around. Jacob Mallet Jr. and Tyler Brown once again involved in turns 3 and 4. They both roll away. We stay under the green flag.
We stay under the green flag, and oh, here comes Trevor Clemens in hard into turn 3. Almost thought he was going to get into the back of the 38. Oh, and there goes Todd Gomez now. He's on the bottom side of the racetrack trying to wheel and deal, and here comes Fred Ryland. Oh my, Todd Gomez trying to get by the 2C. Once again, Jacob Mallet Jr., he's having some trouble. He's going to dart to the infield of the racetrack. We are going to stay green. Casey Keller starting to pull away from the rest of the field. He has a 2.5 lead over second place.
I'm going to say that Todd Gomez has to stay on the bottom with that flat left front tire. I'm thinking it's just making the car roll more, and it's keeping that tire off the ground the way that thing is working. So far, he's able to stay in there and still battling side by side with Trevor Clemens for that second spot. Go down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Gomez down on the low side. Clemens again a 4-wheel drift. And Clemens now holding on, trying to hold on to third as Fast Freddie Ryland gets underneath him. Battle for third down the front straightaway into turn number 1 as Fast Freddie is trying to clear Clemens, but at the same time trying to get underneath Gomez as they enter the turn. Tyler Brown comes through the infield off turn number 4. Fast Freddie and Todd Gomez come together. Freddie goes up over the front wheel of Gomez. That left front taking a beating on Todd Gomez's car.
Yeah, and we've seen the 22X machine lose the position as he stalled out a little bit over there in turn number 4. As we are under 4 laps to go, a battle for second place position between Fred Ryland and Trevor Clemens.
I think we have a little discussion happening down in the infield between Jacob Mallet Jr. and Tyler Brown after 2 or 3 incidents on the racetrack. 2 laps to go as Casey Kettler enters turn number 1. He's got Fast Freddie Ryland about 2.5 seconds back than Trevor Clemens. Todd Gomez has fallen back to 4th after that second incident with wheel-to-wheel contact. Anthony Slaney in the 5th spot. White flag in the air for Casey Kettler as he enters turn number 1. He's got Joe Salvi, who has a hood, waving at everybody. Going in off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Casey Keller enters turn number 3. 2 more turns to go for Keller to take home this win. As a checkered flag and out, Casey Keller wins night number 1 of the West Coast Nationals. Bill Bowers Memorial. Fast Freddie Ryland 2nd, Trevor Clemens 3rd, Todd Gomez 4th, Anthony Slaney 5th, Ryan Smith 6th, Tommy Clemens 7th, Dylan Conley 8th, 9th, Kelly Campanelli 10th, Scott Foster 11th, Jason Ryan Jr., Jonathan Haggow 12th, Haley Gomez 13th, Chuck Golden 14th, Joe Salvi 15th, 16th, Tyler Brown in the infield, and the rest of them are out. And Victory Lane coming up next.
All right, as he gets across the scales, the 38 machine making his way over here to Victory Lane. He gets the window net down, the steering wheel comes off. Gets the seat belts unbuckled, night number 1 winner. As he climbs out of the race car, race fans, give it up for Casey Keller! Casey making his way over here to the front of the race car. Casey, congrats, night number 1 winner. Fantastic job. You had to get through some of the carnage, but you were able to pick up the main event win here tonight.
Yeah, man, that was tough getting through lap traffic. You know, we're hoping for a top groove to have kind of a true groove track. It kind of went more to the bottom. You know, I'm really good at tucking this car into the bottom, so it played good in our favor. But I knew Trevor, Todd, both those guys are back there just knocking at that door.
Yeah, behind you, you had a 4-car battle going on, but you were able to pull away from the rest of the field once the green flags kept rolling and rolling through. Like you said, your car was really good on the bottom side of the racetrack.
Yeah, you know, those green flag runs, that's what I was hoping for because, you know, I felt like we were really good on the bottom and we had a lot of drive coming out. So, you know, getting those green flag rolling, that's what I was hoping for.
Obviously, the question that I asked, the track kind of went dry. Do you think there's any changes that you can make this car a little bit better for night number 2 tomorrow?
You know what? We've been playing with a lot of new stuff on this car. We'll probably do maybe a couple different things to get maybe something working on the high side because I think it would be nice to have something that worked on the high and the low here.
All right, give a shout out to your sponsors and everybody who helps you get up and down the road.
I can't thank my family enough. My wife and boy at home, my parents back here in the pits. My little niece came with me this time, so this is cool. Kieran Wright always helped me out year in, year out. Subdynamic Locating, DeSilva Underground, Offloaded.com. All these guys help me out here.
Well, there you have it, the $1,000 check. Bill Bowers, West Coast National winner, the driver out of Tracy, California. Give it up for Casey Keller. Congratulations, man.
Congratulations, Casey.
As we get set for our final main event coming up, IMCA Modifieds.
IMCA Modifieds getting set for their main event. Rick Diaz in the 714 starting on the point. 2 is outside the 17 car. Quick Nick DiCarlo. Row 2, Kellen Chadwick in the 83 car. 2 is outside. It is Aaron Crowell in the 29C.
Third row is going to be the 66P of Paul Stone, and to his outside is going to be the 2H machine of Bobby Hogue. Fourth.
Tricky Troy Folger in the 49 inside row 4. 2 is outside. Jim Pettit in the 6 car is starting 8th.
Fifth row is going to be the 68 machine of Jesse Bailey, and to his outside is going to be the 19K of Buddy Niss.
Terry DiCarlo Jr. starts inside row 6 with Randy Schaefer starts in his outside in the 22 car.
Seventh row is going to be the 7 machine of Sean Wilson, and to his outside is going to be the 22G of Paul Guglielmoni.
Raymond Lindemann in the 23R starts inside row number 8 to his outside. Jeff Brown in the 228.
Ninth row is going to be the 132 machine of Brent Kern, and to his outside is going to be the 55 machine of Mickey Hill.
10th and final row, Justin Yeager in the 2Y starts on the inside, and Bobby Mott's scheduled to start 20th. He is a scratch for the night. fly. 25 laps. Rick Diaz on the point. Nick DiCarlo on the outside. Kellen Chadwick, Aaron Crowell to row 2. Paul Stone, Bobby Hogue. Row 3. Can Bobby Hogue win another main event after sweeping the weekend last weekend at the Pettit Shootout? We're about to find out. Green flag in the air.
Green flag out in the air, going into turn number 1. Rick Diaz is going to lead him. Oh, he's going to slide across the racetrack in front of the 17 machine of Nick DiCarlo. Here comes the 83 of Kellen Chadwick. Oh my, it's getting good early. Kellen Chadwick sweeps to the bottom of the racetrack. The 83 machine is going to be your leader. Lap number 1. Give it to Kellen Chadwick.
Talked to Kellen at the on the pre-race show and reminded him he seems to shine at these big shows, comes out and wins these big shows. Here comes Bobby Hogue, though. He gets underneath Rick Diaz as well as Nick DiCarlo. He bumps his way from 5th to 2nd just that quick as he's now hunting down Kellen Chadwick.
Oh, and Rick Diaz having some trouble as he started on the front, losing 3 positions already. Oh, and it looks like the 66P of Paul Stone antagonizing now as well. Paul Stone going to get by, as well as the 49 lurking in on the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, Nick DiCarlo trying to get aggressive with the 2H machine of Bobby Hogue. Oh my. Kellen Chadwick still out front leading the charge, but oh my. Here.
Rick Diaz, Joe, is having one heck of a time getting through 3 and 4. That car will not stick. The front end of that thing washes up. Okay in 1 and 2. 3 and 4, that thing is washing up big time.
Just as you talked about, there goes Hogue. Hogue on the outside. We have a new leader. It's the 2H machine, Bobby Hogue, your leader, as they go down the back straightaway. Oh, 132, Brent Kern looped it around over there in turn number 4. Caution is going to come out.
So how does this revert back?
Yeah, you're correct.
Is Kellen back on the points?
Waiting to get confirmation to see if Kellen Chadwick is going to be your leader, or will the 2H machine
132
would retain that lead. 132 of Brent Kern getting it focused, or excuse me, getting it looped back around.
It's been a couple months since he was in a race car, right?
It's been a couple of months getting adjusted to that victory circle that they have.
He did a nice slide job on you down at Umigo the other day. And, well, the result after he did the slide job didn't work out real well. I think all 4 tires left the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Looked like you guys were having fun down there. All right, so waiting to hear officially. Looks like Kellen Chadwick is going to get the lead back. Looking at timing and scoring, does revert back. We did not get that whole lap in. So Kellen Chadwick, Bobby Hogue, 1st and 2nd, Paul Stone 3rd, Nick DiCarlo 4th, Tricky Troy Folger rounding out the top 5. This race, Joe, means a world to Tricky Troy. He wants to win this race in the worst way to honor Bill Bowers.
Oh, yes, most definitely. And as you were talking about last week, these are the top guys that we've seen up front last week as well, minus Kellen Chadwick. Obviously, Kellen was not there, but Bobby Hogue winning both nights. Paul Stone, Nick DiCarlo up there, had some trouble, but he was up there. Troy Folger and Rick Diaz as well. All the guys up front in that race as well. And here at Antioch Speedway up front, the top 6 as they run right now.
Yep, these are the guys to beat lots of times anywhere you go. So it's nice to see. Buddy Niss was not there either last week. He was out in Arkansas running a big race out there. Jim Pettit, he's climbed his way up there. He is now sitting in 7th? Sitting 8th spot. Same.
Yeah, started 8th.
Still in 8th.
Still in 8th currently.
He struggled. Okay, I don't want to say struggled. He struggled earlier in the day on Friday last week. Due to he had a late draw for qualifying. Started late and had to work his way up. But he climbed all the way to 3rd, had a number of laps where he followed 2 side-by-side cars. Probably could have gotten 2nd, if not 1st, on that first night. Went out and fast qualifier on Saturday and ran up front all night. And just he was second best because Bobby Hogue on Saturday was in a league of his own. He won by a huge margin down there and lapped a lot of the cars. Green flag back in the air. Kellen Chadwick on the point. Down the front straightaway. Paul Stone gets a good restart. Here comes Bobby Hogue on the high side, though. He makes some momentum moves gets way out in front of Paul Stone, tries to get outside of Kellen Chadwick, nothing doing, so he crosses over, tries to go under Chadwick, but Chadwick's right on those tires on the inside of the racetrack. We got 5 down, 20 to go in this 25-lap main event.
5 down, 20 to go, and it is getting good. That top 3, Chadwick, Hogue, and Stone. Here comes Troy Folger. He's going to test the waters up top on the top side of the racetrack. Oh, nothing doing there as he still sits in that 5th place position. There goes Hogue. Hogue on the back straightaway there, side by side. Kellen Chadwick, Bobby Hogue. Oh my, who's going to lead it across the line? Give it to the 83 machine, still holding it down.
Hogue's car, once again, that 3 and 4 seems to have trouble. A lot of guys having trouble keeping the wheels underneath them in 3 and 4. They keep losing ground, especially on that high side, as Kellen Chadwick down on the low side once again. And again, the low side's going to pay off for him. He'll lead this lap as well, as Hogue keeps trying the high side, as Chadwick hugging the bottom. Hogue, good run through turns 1 and 2, side by side with Chadwick off turn number 2 down the back straightaway, but loaning into turn number 3. This time Hogue stays down lower. He stays momentum going, and Bobby Hogue, our new leader. Paul Stone now trying to set his sights on Kellen Chadwick.
Yeah, Paul Stone trying to set his sights. As you seen, he had to get off the gas a little bit on the front straightaway. Oh, one goes around the 228 machine of Jeff Brown, and that is going to bring out another yellow.
And it's going to put Kellen Chadwick back on the point.
And I believe, yes, that is correct. Also look to move into that 4th place position, the 49 machine of Troy Folger. As you said, this race obviously meaning a lot to him. He's going to try to do everything possible he can to get this dub here tonight.
Troy puts extra effort into this race. He does a lot of stuff being at Bill Bowers Memorial. He kind of ran things last night in a lot of ways for the party. The cornhole tournament, he was running that. And he did a lot of running around today. And this event means a lot to him. And he's looking to try to take home that win, climbing his way up. He's got 3 tough guys in front of him, though, with Paul Stone, Kellen Chadwick, and Bobby Hogue. Waiting to see if we revert back or who the leader is going to be. Right now, scoring is still showing Bobby Hogue. And looks like, yep, that is Bobby Hogue does keep the lead. Kellen Chadwick is 2nd, Paul Stone 3rd, so I'm not surprised to see Kellen Chadwick choose that low side. Puts Paul Stone on the high side, Tricky Troy. And Nick DiCarlo will be in row number 3. DiCarlo's still learning that new car to him. It's not a brand new car, it's just new to him.
Looks like, yeah, lights,
to the 5th.
Lights are out, and green flag is out. Good, fantastic restart by the 2 machine of Hogue. He gets a wholesale jump on the field, and there goes Paul Stone. Paul Stone's going to get the 2nd place position as he gets around the 83 of Kellen Chadwick now. Oh my, does Paul Stone have anything for the Rage Chassis 2H machine of Bobby Hogue?
Got to spin 3 cars sitting sideways down to turn number 3. Yellow flag back out.
So we did get a lap in, so Paul Stone will inherit that 2nd place position, dropping Kellen Chadwick to that 3rd place spot.
Raymond Lindman spun out and collected the other 2
It looks like Sean Wilson and Justin Yeager over there sitting in the center of 3 and 4. Looking at the 23 machine of Ray Lindemann, doesn't look like any damage. Just maybe a TV panel a little bit bent, but no harm, no foul.
2 wide. Justin Yeager trying to get separated from the 7 car of Sean Wilson. Bobby Hogue on the point. Paul Stone 2nd, 3rd. Kellen Chadwick, Tricky Troy Folger 4th. Nick DiCarlo 5th. And he's climbing up slowly, Joe. Jim Pettit there in the 6th spot. 7th is going to be the 714 of Rick Diaz. 8th will be the 68 car of Jesse Bailey. 9th looks like Buddy Nist. 10th is Aaron Crowell. 11th, Randy Schaefer. 12th is going to be Terry DiCarlo Jr. 13th, Brent Curran. 14th. I believe that's 22G of Paul Guglielmone. Right now, Yeager is behind Guglielmone. I'm not sure if the 228 gets to get up there or not. Jeff Brown, I don't think he was involved. Jeff Brown, looks like he might be good there. Raymond Lindman and Sean Wilson on the hook. Hopefully get that car fixed, get it back out here for tomorrow night's racing action. Going to double them up on the front straightaway. Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick, and Paul Stone chooses the high side, Joe. Keeps Kellen Chadwick down on that low side.
Yeah, Paul Stone, it looks like he has a really good contested car on the top side of the racetrack, as you see when he goes into 1 and 2. But, I mean, Kellen Chadwick is pretty devious on the bottom side of the racetrack, though. Let's see what he can do.
Say Bobby Hogue's not going to let him have that low side.
Yeah.
Green flag in the air.
Green flag back out in the air, and let's see who gets the jump this time. Oh, it looks like Kellen Chadwick almost lost it. But, oh, Paul Stone did not get the run that he normally does. Kellen Chadwick is now your second place car. Oh, Jim Pettit gets bumped out of position. Bobby Hogue starting to pull away from the rest of the field once again. Here comes Troy Folger around the 66 machine of Paul Stone. Oh, and Troy is giving it everything he's got.
And again, Troy Folger in the center of 3 and 4, not able to keep that car stuck to the ground. He slid up the hill. Now Paul Stone slides up into front of Troy Folger in turns 1 and 2. As Bobby Hogue, once again, walking away with it. 1.87 seconds last time, 1.934 this time. Picked up a 10th as Tricky Troy has worked his way out in front of Paul Stone, but Stone crosses over, tries to get underneath him down the back straightaway into turn number 3, but Tricky Troy closes the door. And again, in the middle of 3 and 4, Troy washes up the hill. That car just not sticking like so many others in the middle of 3 off the 4.
Troy is giving it everything he's got. He's giving that race car 110%. And Paul Stone is doing the exact same as they're exchanging sliders. Oh, Stone gets a little bit crossed up a little bit in the center. Coming off of 4, allows the 49 to get by. As you see the 2 wide machine of Justin Yeager sits in the infield. Looks like his night is done. Paul Stone pretty much on a carnival cruise as he is just rolling around this racetrack. 3-second lead, or over a 3-second lead over the 83 machine of Kellen Chadwick. Once again, doing battle. The 66P and the 49 once again battle for that 3rd place position.
Run down right now, Bobby Hogue on the point. Kellen Chadwick 2nd, Paul Stone 3rd, Tricky Troy 4th, 5th is Jim Pettit 6th, Nick DiCarlo 7th is Rick Diaz, 8th is Buddy Nist, 9th Jesse Bailey, 10th Aaron Crowell, 11th Brent Curran, 12th Randy Schaefer. The 228 goes around in turn number 4, brings out the yellow flag. Jeff Brown spins out of the 15th spot. Paul Guglielmone in the 13th, 14th Terry DiCarlo Jr. Justin Yeager off the racetrack. Raymond Lindman had left the racetrack. He is just coming back out. Lost a couple laps. Lost 3 laps, according to scoring. But Bobby Hogue wanting to see that yellow flag that closes in. Kellen Chadwick and the rest of the field on his rear bumper.
Yes, and did Kellen Chadwick save anything, or does Bobby Hogue save anything, as he nearly had over a 3-second lead over the rest of the field?
Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out on this beautiful Saturday night for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Look forward to having you back tomorrow. If for some unbeknownst reason you can't hear tomorrow night, make sure you're watching on Antioch Speedway TV. Slide on over on your web browser to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for all of tomorrow's racing action going on the air at about 5:30 tomorrow night with flag-to-flag coverage for the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial night number 2. We got 17 laps in the books. That means 8 laps to go. As a 25-lap main event, Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick once again takes the low side and puts Paul Stone on the high side. Tricky Troy back to the 4 spot, and he's got Jim Pettit to his outside. Green flag back in the air. Bobby Hogue has fantastic restarts up on the point by himself, but this time gets up over the cushion just a little bit as Paul Stone's able to stay right on his rear bumper. Kellen Chadwick falls in line in third. He loses a spot that time on that restart. Paul Stone trying to reel in Bobby Hogue, but Bobby Hogue now starting to spread it out just a little bit.
Yeah, and once again, there goes Bobby to the top side of the racetrack. Kellen Chadwick goes upstairs as well. Paul Stone now in that second place position. And it looks like we have one stalled out over there. That is Aaron Crowell, the 29C machine. And just as I say that, it looks like Jim Pettit had got around the 49 as well of Troy Folger, but
you have to give that back.
Yeah, not looking good for the 29C, as it looks like he tried to move and the car literally went sideways. That's not a good sign. Possibly rear end.
Could be broken axle, might have done it. Something's going on there. Lineup is set. Bobby Hogue, Paul Stone, Kellen Chadwick, your top three. Jim Pettit, Tricky Troy Folger, 4 and 5. Nick DiCarlo in the '22. Hearing over the radio, 22G may have been the cause of that. Got into the 29 of Aaron Crowell.
And looks like Aaron Crowell waving the hand out, saying that it looks like he's going to need the tow possibly. As we've seen the 7 machine of Sean Wilson just get left the racetrack on the hook.
You ever notice what the DNF crew does, folks? You see there the white Bronco. He always stops short of the scene. He's kind of putting his car in between race cars coming on and the accident scene to protect the workers, the other DNF crew and the corner workers down there. And then he gets out and helps. Getting the front end of... So being the fact that they're raising the front end with a tow truck, something broken in the front end of that race car. So tomorrow night we kick things off yet again. Gates open at 4 o'clock. Racing action begins at around 6 o'clock with mud packing at 5 and hot laps around 5:30. Next weekend, of course, is Hall of Fame night. Joe, I'm kind of looking forward to that. Donna Soares, Larry DeMintz, and Chet Thompson Memorial Nights as well next week. Got a full night, 5 divisions of racing with the Hobby Stocks, Super Stocks, Wingless Sprint Cars, Hard Tops, and the 600 Micro Sprints and Hall of Fame activities. These same 3 classes will return in 2 weeks for October 16th. For their last race, for the Modifieds and Sport Modifieds, their last race until Turkey Nights here at Antioch Speedway. The stock cars have been added to the Cocoa Farms Pacific Coast Nationals Hobby Stock weekend up at the end of the month, 29th and 30th of October. Magic green flag in the air, going to put the lights out, go back to green flag racing next time by. Yet again, Bobby Hogue, 18 down, 25 to go. He's got 7 laps to hold him off. Paul Stone down on the inside. He is second. This time he swapped with Kellen Chadwick, and this time he put Chadwick on the high side.
Yeah, let's see how that plays out for him. I noticed that as well.
Did he start early?
Bobby Hogue's going to get, once again, a fantastic jump. Paul Stone on the bottom side of the racetrack. Is it going to work for him? Down the back straightaway, it looks like it does. Here comes Jim Pettit. He gets into the corner panel of the 49. The 49 gets into the back of the 83. I thought that was going to be a little bit of a melee right there as well. Here comes Rick Diaz once again. He's trying to get in on the mix as well, as he's going to get around the 6 of Jim Pettit. The 22 of Schaefer, it looks like, almost went around. But still leading the charge with 5 to go. Bobby Hogue leading over Paul Stone, Kellen Chadwick, and Troy Folger. Now cracking the top 5 in the 714 is Rick Diaz, as he slides all the way across the racetrack, trying to find some traction.
That's the same problem he had earlier. He could not hold that car down in the middle of 3 and off of 4. That 714 just not working. And Jim Pettit, that car is gone. Handling has gone away. He's losing another spot to Quick Nick DiCarlo, as 22 laps in, 3 to go.
Just as I say that, another car looks like it's kind of starting to lose handle. It's that 66 machine of Paul Stone, not able to hold traction on the bottom side of the racetrack. And it looks like 2 to go signal.
Bobby Hogue coming up off turn number 4. Or excuse me, turn number 2 down the back straightaway. He's got a full straightaway lead right now over Paul Stone, Kellen Chadwick, Tricky Troy Folger, and Rick Diaz. White flag in the air one more time around as Bobby Hogue looking to make it 3 main events in a row after winning 2 last week. As Paul Stone slides up the hill, opens up the door. Kellen Chadwick underneath him, coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Stone crosses down, blocks Kellen Chadwick as the checkered flag comes out for Bobby Hogue. And second's going to be Paul Stone. Kellen Chadwick third, fourth, Tricky Troy Folger. Fifth is going to be Rick Diaz. Sixth, Nick DiCarlo. Seventh is going to be Jim Pettit. Then Buddy Niss as we get ready for Victory Lane. Bobby Hogue pulls into victory lane. Getting the belts off. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Bobby Hogue. Bobby, well, you didn't start up front, but it didn't take you long to get there.
You can't mess around with Kellen Chadwick, Paul Stone, Troy Folger. I mean, we got a bunch of good racers out here. This thing right here has been phenomenal. That's 3 for 3 since we got back home. Can't thank Andy Eckrich at Precision Performance enough. Penske Shocks, Icon Pistons, Joe Glade, JGE Motorsports, Mid-State Fleet Repair, and of course my car owners Paul and Betty Guglielmoni, Vaca Valley Excavating and Racing. Got some team cars here tonight. Very proud to be putting this thing up front for them.
Now, like you said, third win in a row for this car. You won both races last weekend. And you're not just winning. I mean, you're pulling away. You're so much faster than anyone else.
You know, it's just an awesome opportunity to get in a piece like this, and I don't want to waste one lap of it.
Now, your car stuck a lot better than others. Others were having a problem. That's one of the ways you got around Paul Stone was down there in 3 and 4. Once at the center of the turn off, everyone was washing up. How was your car staying down there?
You know, as long as I kept one of those tires and that little bit of brown stuff, this thing would go forward like I can't believe. Started getting a little tight, getting in on the top down here. It was getting slick, and I was trying not to over-rotate and messed up a few times, but just tried to buckle down. And, you know, these races, when you got a track that's a little technical, it's a lot about the least amount of mistakes made. We're all going to make them, and, you know, I got to say hats off to Kellen. I mean, I drove up next to him 2 or 3 times before I completed the pass in 1 and 2. I mean, he could have just took the line away at any time off of 4, but that's a true gentleman racer, and have always had good runs with Kellen. And you know, gotta you know, hats off. I love memorial races. The Bowers family, proud to be here and win it for you guys. And I'm sure he's looking down on all of us.
Well, congratulations. Who do you want to say thanks as far as your sponsors go for taking home the win?
Again, Paul and Betty, Guglielmoni, Vaca Valley Excavating, Andy Eckrich, Precision Performance, building this Rage chassis, building an awesome car. I can't thank all of them enough.
All right, congratulations winning the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial Race Night #1, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
As we're going to climb over here as Paul Stone getting ready to get out of the car, and Joe Peterson has Paul Stone.
Paul Stone, our second place finisher, as he gets set to climb out of the race car.
I was actually getting out to go congratulate Bobby. I thought I should do something like
He's trying to make his way to go congratulate the winner. But we just talked about Paul. How was the racetrack for you?
It was good. We had it was challenging. It was challenging. It was definitely you had to find that smooth lane and that place you can grab some grip. If you missed the grip, there was nothing to grab. So. And Bobby's always fast, man, to try to chase him down. Then we had Kellen and the kid, Troy, and them. They were all over us, all in there. So there was some good fun racing. We had it good.
Yeah, we've seen through the laps, Troy throwing everything he could at you, throwing sliders left and right. You were able to still get by him and try to stick to the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down a little bit, stay smooth, and just find that grip that's on the track. You know, whenever you go sliding across it, it's tough to find that grip.
Is there any changes that you think you need to make to adjust to the racetrack for tomorrow night?
Just keep freeing it up. I think I just got to make sure I stay free. There towards the end, I started getting a little too tight, and I couldn't catch my marks that I was wanting to hit. And I think we just got a little too tight again at the end. Something we've been battling with this car. Comes out the gate good, and then last few laps at the end, I don't know if it's me wearing out or the car's just getting tight. It might be a little bit of both, but we're going to try to figure out how to keep it freed up at the end of the night.
That's another question I wanted to lead into. I've been watching. You've been racing for a long time. What does it mean to still be competitive with these young guys coming up through the ranks in this modified class?
Congratulations, Bobby. All right. No, I keep the wife and I keep saying, hey, this is it. Last year we need to hang this thing up, but then we'll come out and win a race. I'm like, oh man, we better go try it again. So as long as we're winning races, we'll be here playing, right?
Give a quick shout out to your sponsors and who helps you get up and down the road.
My wife, most of all, putting up for everything that I do out here, playing around, doing something, just having fun. My pit crew, if it wasn't for those guys, Will Davis, and I got Jimmy Pickcock back here helping me again, and Alan Smith and Eric at home, them guys help us out. I truly believe I've been doing this for about 28 years. Races are won in the pits at home, and you're only as good as a car that you can finish with. So I appreciate those guys for helping me out. And then as far as my sponsors, that'd be me, myself, and I.
All righty, well, there you have it. Second place finisher in the Vanderbilt race car. Give it up for the 66 P Machine, the Black Sheep. It is Paul Stone.
What a great night of racing, Joe. I think across all three divisions, and this is only night one.
Only night one.
That means we're just in for a whole lot more fun tomorrow night. So, folks, you don't want to miss it. Night 2 of the Bill Bowers Memorial West Coast Nationals coming up tomorrow night. And we forgot to do our picks.
But first of all, I just want to say congratulations to all of our winners tonight. Nicholas Johnson picking up the stock car win. That was an exciting one, to say the least. Casey Keller picking up the Sport Mod main event win, which was another fantastic race. And as well as we just seen sliders left and right here in this modified race with Bobby Hogue. We said third main event in the row here between Watsonville and here at Antioch. So we're not sure what tomorrow brings us, but night number 2, you do not want to miss it. And for those of you watching on Antioch Speedway TV, I had some texts. You guys need to get here in the stands. We want you here. We want to see these grandstands packed and filled up. And these racers as well would love to see that.
Come on in and watch on Antioch Speedway TV, and you can get the best of both worlds. What a great night of racing, folks, on a Friday night. Tomorrow night's going to be even better. I am just willing to bet. Probably have some more cars come out as well as we typically do on Saturdays for these 2-day shows. And you don't want to miss a second of the action. If for some strange, unbeknownst reason you can't be here, shame on you. But make sure you're watching on Antioch Speedway TV. Just slide on over to your AntiochSpeedway.tv on your browser and subscribe for all of tomorrow night's racing action. I am excited. I am jazzed, ready for tomorrow night, and I can't wait. But make sure you keep an eye on our website, www.Antioch Speedway TV, our Facebook, Antioch Speedway by Promotions, also Antioch Speedway TV on Facebook, our primary and secondary, and in Wiley's Race Report on Facebook and on YouTube, and On the Hammer podcast.
Yeah, On the Hammer podcast. We recently just dropped an episode last week, so go and check that out. But yeah, stay tuned with us on Facebook and on Instagram, On the Hammer podcast.
As we get set for more racing action tomorrow night, be here. Gates open at 4 o'clock, mud packing at 5 o'clock, hot laps around 5:30, racing around 6 o'clock for more racing action live and direct from the West Coast Nationals Bill Bauer Memorial. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
Until tomorrow, good night, everybody.